Noi tātou. E tātou ka harawa tēnei mātou o pononga e tuku whakamoimiti, tuku whakawhetai atu nei kia koe ke taunga manaakitanga ki rungi a tātou I tēnei o ngā rā. Te akina manaakite hoki rātou mā ki roto I ngā whare herere, ngā whare wairangi, me rātou mā hoki e mā wiwi ana, ai roto I ngā hohi pera, ai roto I te wākai ngā no hoki. Ka tau te tau whirotanga ki runga I a rātou a ka mutu, ka pikito ora ki runga I a rātou. Rire, rire, hau, pai mā rire. Tō te akanga whakaoranga māramatanga e te atua ki tō mātou ki ngi te kā. Hui ariki me ngā tinane mā wiwi te ana. Tai noa kia mātou katoa I te atane. Ai nāu te koro ria. Nau te kororia. Nau te kororia. Rire, hau. Pai mā rire. Tōu te kena whakaoranga māramatanga te atua ki tō mātou kiingi. O tira, kia tātou katoa e pai nei. Tū rokoroko hia te pō, tā kiri ko te ata, ka whaki, ka whakara, ki te matahau no tū te wini, tū te wana, tū whakaputaina, ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama tihei, mauri ora. Tuatahi ake rā, tika ana, ka tuku I ngā whakamoimiti ka tūnuri te rangi, ai, ka pai. Ka tuia, te rangi e tui honei ki te papa e takoto nei. Ka tuia, te papa e takoto nei, ki te rangi e tui honei. Ka taunga manaakitanga ki runga ki tō tātou kiingi, e kiingi tū heitia, pōta tau te whero te tuawhitu, e noho nei I runga I tā hurewa tapu, ai whakarere ho e tōna whae I ngōna mātua. Kei taku ariki, kei te whaere kāuhi ariki whānui tonu, pai marire kia koutou. Kia tātou mate, rātau e takahine I te arakuiti kia hine nui te pō. Ka tangi hia tonu tia koutou, ke te pai o maumahara koutou no hoai, I roto I te roa ngake, o tō tātou nā hikoi I te wata o te whenua. Engari, haere koutou, oki atura. Anā ka hoki mai ngā mihi ka tātou te hunga ora, kua pai nei, I raro I te tuanui, o tēnei o ngā whare, o te whakakitenga, me pewhia kore ai e mihia, ngā rangatira, e riri maina I ngā pātū o tō tātou nā whare, ko rātau tērā me te moe a nui, kia ora ai te iwi, ngā iwi, o te motu, ka mutu, hakoa no whea mai koe, ko te tūmanako ia, ka ora pai koe, I raro I ngā manaakitanga o ngā iwi o te motu, no reira kei ngā rangatira e riri mai nei, tēnei kāmihi. Koutou, ngā rangatira o te whare, tēnā koutou, kia ora, hui mai tātou katoa. All right, we're going to start off with what we learned yesterday in terms of sign language. We're going to get everybody to once again put your hands up like this. All right, look to your left, have a smell of the underarm of your mate. See if they had a shower and had a bath this morning. Okay. And come back with the same sweat as yesterday. Ka pai. All right, for those of you who are new and or came in today, that is sign language for unity. Okay, unity. And I got that from watching Planet of the Apes a couple of nights ago. To be fair, I don't actually know if that is sign language for unity, but Hollywood and the movies that they put out have a lot of learnings in them. And I was thinking about the state of our river, and while I was driving up here, I actually thought about a movie that I watched as a kid. Came a Hot Friday. I don't know if you remember that movie. Billy T. James starred in that movie, Came a Hot Friday, where he was the Tainuia kid. And, I was one of those kids that actually I still do it as an adult. Whenever I go to watch movies, especially superhero movies or karate movies, I come out of that theatre thinking like I'm Bruce Lee, thinking that I'm Spider-Man, I'm doing all the moves. But in Came a Hot Friday, there was some environmental learning that Billy T. James gave to us. And one of them is don't mimi in the river. Okay, don't mimi in the river. Because the taniwha will come and bite off, well, you get the idea, right? So don't mimi in the river, whānau. It's not good for the health and well-being of our awa. And of course, that's why you're here, right? You're here because you have a passion for our taiao, for our environment, and to make sure that it's kept to a healthy standard for future generations. So tikana kia mihi o koutou, e whakaaro nui ana ki tō tātou taia. Heoi, we've got a long day ahead of us, and we've got a lot of speakers that need to come to the stage. No, kaere tonu. Well, we'll get straight into it, whānau? We'll get straight into it with our first speaker o te rangi. All right. Tuatahi ake, ka hara mai ki tō tātou atamira i te rangi ni, is a councillor on the Waikato Regional Council and a local farmer. He actively supports initiatives that contribute towards catchment health, water quality and biodiversity enhancement. He has experience across local government and is committed to the local environment and working with River Iwi. He's been heavily involved in the Healthy River Waiora project change since its inception, including co-chairing the committee that governed the project with River Iwi. From a practical perspective, Stu has had an active involvement in regional council catchment and management restoration work, as well as extensive riparian restoration work on his own farm. Waikato River Authority co-chair, Crown appointee, homai te pakipaki, Stu Kneebone.
O tuatahi e tau tako ana au te mihi kia kingi tu heitia, pōtatau te whiruwhiru te tōwhitu. E noho mai rā e rongi tahiru e tapu ona tu pūna o tōna whahoki mihi ana ki te whareari ki nui tōnu paimarere. E nā mati huhua o te wiki o te tau, o te marama o te tau, wahana mai rātou ki rongi te whariki o mati kia tangi hia, kia mihia, kia poropuraki hia, waihawa ki rātou, tātou tōnga ora kia tātou tēnā koutou katoa. Pātara e te kawhakariti i a tātou, a tātou kawhakahari o te rānei tēnā koe. E aku manukura he nā iwi ahi kā o tēnei whare, taupiri maunga, tainui te waka, Waikato te awa, tēnā te mihi atu, tēnā koutou. Hena manuhiri tuarangi nā mata waka e rauranga tera mā tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora tātou ko Stu Kneebone tōku ingoa. Look, I stand before you here today as the Crown co-chair of the Waikato River Authority. My journey in this role is rooted in my commitment to the environment, my experience in local government and my dedication to working alongside River Iwi and the Crown agencies to protect these waterways. My interest in Te Taio and the community is probably why I have tolerated the challenges of local body politics for as long as I have, but I can say that it's been a real privilege to hold this role with the River Authority and work alongside my fellow co-chair, Tipa Mahuta, my fellow board members, tēnā koe Irana, and the team that are here today that make the Waikato River Authority what it is as we traverse this journey as kaitiaki of Te Ture Whaimana. So today I want to talk about the policy that impacts the Waikato and Waipa rivers, especially Te Ture Whaimana, and reflect on how these policies shape the way we manage the awa and look ahead to an effective and fit-for-purpose regulatory regime that enhances our mahi to clean up the awa. Our journey towards safeguarding the Waikato and Waipa rivers has been a pioneering one, and Te Ture Whaimana stands as a testament to the determination and the dedication of those who have worked tirelessly to protect our awa. So Te Ture Whaimana's primary direction-setting document, it's the statutory framework for the vision and strategy, and it's very unique. It's arguably the strongest planning document in the country. It prevails over any inconsistency provision in a national policy statement and a national environmental standard in many circumstances. Within that framework is our vision for a future where a healthy Waikato River sustains abundant life and prosperous communities who in turn are all responsible for restoring and protecting the health of the Waikato River and all that it embraces for generations to come. It has 13 objectives, and I won't list them all, but some of the key ones: the restoration and protection of the health and wellbeing of the Waikato River, the protection and enhancement of significant sites, fisheries, flora and fauna, the restoration of water quality within the Waikato River so that it is safe for people to swim in and take food from over its entire length. And one of the ones that's, I guess, quite particular to my talk now is no further degradation as a result of human activities. And that's a really high bar. Now, when we speak of policy that impacts the Waikato and Waipa rivers, we must acknowledge that those waterways are not isolated from the broader environmental and social challenges. We find ourselves in an era where the implications of policy decisions ripple far and wide, affecting not only the health of our rivers, but also the relationships of our communities within it and the sustainability of our environment. Now, I'm a fourth generation Waikato dairy farmer. I'm also acutely aware of the implications of how a rapidly changing regulatory environment affects the viability of agribusiness in Aotearoa and the financial contribution that it makes to our nation's well-being. Yeah, this policy and regulatory stuff is hard and it's politically challenging, and I see Jenny in the audience there, a number of people that are had a lot of history with the Regional Council here, and they know that. The 13 years I've spent as an elected councillor have well and truly rammed that home, and of course that's why as a country we've kicked the can down the road and put this stuff off for too long. Now, Tianga said to me, this you need to get a few pictures, and I think he's probably right because this policy stuff's pretty boring. And I got home last night and it was raining, so I had to shoot out this morning. And so the photo on the left is a photo I took not long after I bought the farm in Whitehall. So I farm in Whitehall with my wife, Hene Maria. We've got 270 acres, small place. I lease 2/3 of it to the dairy farmer next door. He's milking 700 odd cows, and that's how I find the time to do this stuff. And this is my happy place where I go to unwind after challenging council meetings. And of course, at the time, it never really occurred to me what it would look like once these trees got a bit bigger. So those photos are effectively taken in the same place, and of course we can't see the waterfall anymore. But what's really cool is when you get into that waterfall, I took Wayne Bennett from just up the road here in there, and he identified 25 different ferns in there. There's glowworms in there now, so it's a really cool place. So just a good example of, it doesn't seem like much at the time, but just a little bit every year makes a huge difference. So look, our efforts as a country to establish ourselves as a credible part of the world economy have not always been successful in terms of our environment. Yesterday, Kerry Nielsen mentioned the subsidies introduced by the Muldoon government in the 70s that saw large tracts of Waikato Hill country cleared of native vegetation. Now, when the financial implications of those subsidies reached the point they're no longer sustainable, the Labor government of the 80s axed them overnight. Farmers were sent a clear message that they needed to stand on their own 2 feet, crank up their production and demonstrate their worth to the economy, to their country. And look, the sector responded positively, and they did exactly that, and I know because I was one of them. Unfortunately, at that time, however, there was not widespread recognition of the implications for the environment from that intensification. And as was mentioned yesterday, we've only just begun to put the handbrakes on and start on that road to recovery for the hour. And, you know, we've got cost structures and land prices that have evolved in an environment that's facilitated that whole concept of privatising the benefits and socialising the costs of that environmental degradation. And so, you know, that's a journey that's going to demand a lot of long-term commitment from us. But, you know, we have to accept that production systems that depend on natural resources are limited, they're not finite, and if we want to achieve our aspirations for the hour, maintaining the status quo going forward is not an option. One of the key challenges we face is the national decision-making framework, and it often impedes the influence of Te Ture Whaimana. The large-scale land use changes that took place during the period 2001 to about 2018 saw up to 40,000 hectares of forest land converted into dairy farms in the region. Most of that was in the upper Waikato pumice country. That significantly increased the contaminant loading of particularly nitrogen into the awa. And that was despite the evidence being really clear that if we were to achieve our aspirations for the awa, contaminant inputs needed to be reduced. However, despite the best efforts of the Regional Council at the time, its ability to prevent those conversions was completely fettered by the cumbersome RMA processes that we were obliged as a council and as a regulatory agency to abide by. But in complete contrast to that, and at about the same time, and immediately upstream, there was a partnership made up of Regional Council, Taupo District Council, Ministry for the Environment and Tūwhare Toa. They were gearing up to spend $81 million of taxpayers and ratepayers' money to reduce the manageable nitrogen entering into the lake by 20% or it's 170 tonnes, I think. Now that project's a really cool story in itself, and I'm not going to go there now, but my point is that was a significant reduction, and large sacrifices were made by the farmers in that catchment, and those sacrifices continue today. It's been a really successful project, and it will continue to be so, providing we as a regional community remain committed to maintaining that investment for our mokopuna going forward. It will have been worthwhile. But you know, there you had two completely contradictory things going on, one working against the awa, one working for the awa at the very same time. And those legislative processes that we bind ourselves to, they're well-intentioned in their own right, but they often create roadblocks for our journey to realising our aspirations for a cleaner and healthier Waikato River. And look, I've got no doubt that all farmers want to do things by the environment. I'm one of them, but the way our economic systems work, we do need an effective and fit-for-purpose regulatory environment, and that's a key part of our ability to achieve Te Ture Whaimana. It's another one of those examples where I never envisaged how big the trees would get. This was a flood in '97 that, on the left there, that resulted in a huge plume of sediment. So I farm in the headwaters of the Karapiro stream, the Mangotepua stream, which flows into the Karapiro. And it enters the Waikato River at Cambridge, and this created a huge plume of sediment into Cambridge that ended up on the front page of the paper and was one of the drivers of Project Watershed. So one of the significant policy initiatives that's about giving effect to Ture Whaimana is the Healthy Rivers Water Project, or PC1 as we call it. A lot of you in this room have been intimately involved with that project and have committed many hours to the kaupapa. This was a partnership with Waikato River iwi. It aimed to develop a plan change for the Waikato and Raipawa River catchments that with a focus on managing diffuse contaminant losses from agriculture. It's been a really challenging journey, but it was, I guess, premeditated on extensive consultation and engagement with stakeholders from all walks of life. And it really highlighted the power of collective action. It's required us to reconcile a lot of diverse interests and perspectives, farmers, industry, environmentalists, kaitiaki. And it really tested the commitment of all of those involved to finding common ground and solutions that are not only effective but equitable. Yet despite, and I think it's fair to say, the best interests of everyone that was involved in that process, we still ended up in the Environment Court. We're still struggling to agree on what the final version of a bunch of rules for farmers will look like. Now it's currently traversing through its final stages of the process in the Environment Court as we speak, and I hope it's going to be operative by middle of next year. But we do have to acknowledge that way too much time and resources has gone into arguing about policy and plan rules at the expense of actions on the ground. And back in, even 7 years ago, a lot of farmers were really on board with the stuff, and Te Ture Whaimana has been a real asset for the Regional Council in this process. And a lot of farmers will really get up for that change, but it's dragged on for so long that they've lost a bit of interest, and then they've now become frustrated because they want to do something, but we can't give them some certainty. We're supposedly reviewing these plans every 10 years. It's taken us longer than 10 years to get the first iteration off the ground. And of course, the other challenge we have is where the national policies and regional policies or aspirations conflict. Now, Te Ture Whaimana represents the collective vision and values of the region, but they clash often with policies that are achieved at a national level, and it conflicts. It hampers our ability to fully realise the potential of the legislation and the dreams we hold for the awa. So where do we go from here? How do we ensure that Te Ture Whaimana can really fulfil its purpose? Our individual restoration efforts will only produce results if we can work together as a collective. The WRA is a very small organisation, but it's done a lot of great stuff because it's been able to bring together groups of people with similar interests, and the collective efforts has demonstrated that it can make a difference. The $6 million of funding that the WRA allocates every year, in fact it's 8 now with our contribution from our friends in Auckland, it's a lot of money, but it's not enough to deliver Te Ture Whaimana, and I think Julian mentioned that yesterday. I think it was Shane Tapo made a comment about the I think it was 5% of what the I've forgotten what the predecessor to the River Authority came up with through their investigations. And so, you know, if I put my farmer's hat on, in addition to all the good stuff we heard about yesterday, we've got to be initiating our own projects to complement the mahi that we're already doing. So, you know, we've got to collaborate, communicate, we've got to work together, and we've got to advocate for changes in the national decision-making framework. And you know, we've got to have input from the people that the policies affect, and we've got to take them with us. But you know, it becomes a point where if that engagement and collaboration takes too long, it starts becoming counterproductive, as we saw in the Upper Waikato. You know, those people doing those conversions, and there were some pretty big hitters in there. They knew full well that they could have all the trees chopped down while we were still bogged down in the court process to try and stop them from doing it. And I think it was Jayden mentioned yesterday the risks of leaving those iwi environmental plans sitting on the shelves gathering dust. You know, you put a lot of time and effort into those, and they have a key role in influencing policy going forward. But again, and look, iwi really particularly face this challenge in terms of resource and time availability to engage with regional councils. But regional councils face it too, and that's why I think the current budget for PC1 is sitting at nearly $30 million. And as I said before, PC1's just the very first step on the journey towards achieving Te Ture Whaimana. We've still got another, well, supposedly 70 years to go, but the way this process has been dragging on, it's probably going to be 80. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we're all going to be watching very carefully over the coming months with our new coalition government. What Te Mana o Te Wai will look like going forward remains a bit unclear at the moment, but I think what is really clear to all of us here today is that we've got Te Ture Whaimana, and we're all committed to putting the mana of the Waikato and Waipa rivers at the forefront of our decision-making. So, kia kaha tātou katoa. The establishment of the River Authority, it represents a key moment in this history of the restoration of our waterways, born from the Waikato Tonu Raupatu Claims Treaty Settlement, and it signals a commitment to collaborate, partner and share governance between River Iwi and the Crown. It emphasises the importance of mātauranga Māori and those values in environmental management. And look, it demonstrates that Waikato River iwi are willing to not only right the injustices of the past, but also work together with the community to clean up and protect the awa for future generations. And that's something that we must never forget when we're on this journey. Our work's far from complete. We must continue to implement restoration projects and engage with local communities and adapt to the ever-evolving challenges posed by climate change and population growth. And we've got to continue to promote sustainable land use practice that is aligned with our shared vision for the river's future. We've got to remain steadfast to our dedication to the kaupapa and the people who depend on the awa, the health and well-being of the rivers. It's a reflection of our collective commitment to environmental stewardship and kaitiakitanga. So to conclude, the policy that impacts the Waikato and Waipa rivers, it's a multifaceted challenge that requires diligence, collaboration, and a deep respect for the mana of Te Ture Whaimana. The history of those rivers reminds us of their enduring importance, while the present offers us the opportunity to write a new chapter, one of restoration, sustainability, and healing our river and its relationship with our people and our communities. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Ka pai Stu, ngā mihi ki a koe. Tanga was right, putting some extra pictures up there and seeing the change in the environment was awesome. But what Tanga was really getting at was, where's your watercress spots, bro? That's what those are the pictures he wanted to see, was where's the watercress hidden on your land. It's funny too, because I got a lot of whānau out there who are absolutely giving people. You know, they'll give you the shirt off their back, but where they draw the line is where's their watercress spots, where their diving spots are. That's where they draw the line. They will not share that information. Gatekeepers, I call them. Anyway, coming up, our next key speaker today is a proud Muri and I hope I said this right, Kamilaroi? Kamilaroi, ka pai. Got to get that right, Kamilaroi. Nation, and is a researcher in Indigenous water science, qualifications in hydrogeology and environmental science, and in the final stages of a PhD at the University of Canberra. He is also a board member of the New South Wales EPA, a member of the Wentworth Group, and concerned scientist, a governor of the WWF Australia, and president of the Australian Freshwater Science Society. He Kaimahi Nation, Canberra University, Associate Professor Bradley Mogridge. Nau mai, hara mai, he hoa.
As you can sort of see there, my kids call me an arse pro as an associate professor. So it's stuck. It's stuck. Yeah. So yeah, I've got to use it if that's what the kids call me. Look, I'm Kamilaroi man, and I just want to say Yama, which is a greeting in our language, and which it's sort of, when you greet someone, you sort of say, you know, hello, how you going? But it's more about what is your intention, and I suppose, you know, well, why are you here? What are you doing? What's next? And I think, you know, we've heard here that, you know, you guys want to bring back the Waikato to its former glory, and, you know, that's definitely something to live by. A lot of the old people there, and the new people. So my son there on the bottom right there, 2 kids when they were a lot younger, at our sacred waterhole, and then obviously the old people you can sort of see. So yeah, they're special photos, and always like to acknowledge country with them. I know they're with me. So I've been here before. 2016, I come off the bench, as we said, and I think it was a Waikato River conference, wasn't it, back then? And it was a massive stitch up, because they said, oh, yeah, just, can you present? And I said, yeah, no worries. And then I had to follow the Deputy Grand Chief of the Cree Nation, and then Brad Mogridge. So, it was an absolute honour to talk then and be amongst that wisdom and greatness, and obviously there was a lot of other presenters. And then, yeah, rocked up again in 2019 with my brother Phil. We were up the hill, and, yeah, we gave another present. I think the actual king turned up at that time, but he didn't want to come in because he didn't want to interrupt our presentation. Like, how humble is that? The king, you know, come in, please. Don't sit in the car. But yeah, it was very humbling, that experience. And yeah, like, I love river selfies, so that was 2017. And then just recently, the other day, so that's the way I celebrate my rivers, is always take a selfie with it. Look, and obviously a huge thank you to the people that got me here, Lorraine for the original invitation, and then, yeah, there's Tim and Edina, of course, and Charlie and Dennis and Siobhan, who's looked after us all, the Waikato River Authority, and the university, and obviously Waikato Tainui. Thanks for having me. Talk about don't write off the Aussies on bombing. So we need an old-fashioned Trans-Tasman bomb-off. So we need neutral country. No, wait. He's getting ready, he's preparing. So this is my son, so he has the international bombing experience. So this is in Malta, in St. Peter's Bay. And look at that. Hey! So I suppose, just in goodwill, we'd love a bomb off, yeah. Into the serious stuff now. In Australia, we only respond to a crisis. We had 1,000 kilometres of blue-green algal bloom in one of our big rivers, and we had huge national water reform. We've had the millennium drought and the mega drought, and I suppose that challenge for us is that, these in the last 30 years, 2 of the worst droughts on record have been experienced. So, that's not normal. We've got species extinctions. We had our rivers drying up, millions of dead fish in 2018-19. And then obviously fish kills 2.0 we saw in Western New South Wales in 2022. And then we had horrendous fires in 1920 where lives and obviously property were lost in a lot of country. Some of threatened species this is the only place they lived and they were just burnt to a crisp. So it's we've been doing it tough. And then, you think about last year, north coast of New South Wales had 2 1 in 500 year floods in a matter of months. 2 1 in 5. So these floods should only happen every 500 years. So they had 2 in a couple of months. So this is what we're dealing with. And then obviously the other bit was in 2020, we couldn't save Juukan Gorge. So it's in WA. It was all approved by government. It's a 40,000-year-old cave with those people's occupation. Evidence, there's sacred items in there, and a mining company blew it up. But they had approval to do it. That's normal. Every day, that's business as usual in the colony, as we say. And that's just, a refreshing photo of great smelling place. Of all those dead fish, you can sort of see a lot of small silver brim. You can see a large-bodied fish there, but a lot of those species are totem species, so we have a lot of connection to those species. A bit more, water is who we are. We're connected, in many ways. It's in our songs, dances, stories, and art, of course. We have strong diversity. Over 300 languages and over 600 or 700 dialects. So we're not all the same. Aboriginal people aren't all the same. Trying to connect with our water the way the old people knew water. Tell our stories our way. Building Indigenous research methodologies to the way we do business, and then move to a point where we can decolonise water, and then get our old people to validate our science that we're creating. This is sort of policy setting, so we're moving towards a restoration project. So I suppose we're the only colonised country without a treaty with its first people. So we don't have a veto. So we couldn't say no to the blowing up of that 40,000-year-old cave. Our land and waters were given away, modified, diverted, harvested, over-extracted, polluted. And the other fact is that, my mum's generation, we weren't counted as humans till the late 1960s. Think of that. So not human. And I was born a human, so I was lucky. But they were still taking the children away, in the 1970s when I was born. So, this is recent history. And we find that every time there's a review of a document, it's sort of a copy and paste. We need to do better with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So when we became human, all the good land and water was gone. And water, from those huge reforms in the early 2000s, they separated land and water, so created 2 separate markets. And so if Aboriginal people want water, they actually got to go to a market and purchase water. And so that can range from, $80 in good times, $80 a megalitre, so a million litres of water in the river system, to $1,000 in dry times. So it's very fluctuates with the market. the aim for me was to test the process, which engage my people through spirit and co-design and co-management of river flows and to wetland. This is the location, so it's sort of I got a bit selfish. I want to do research on my own country. I've been helping a lot of other mobs over the years, and I become selfish, and that's the front cover of my PhD, which is a painting of my river. So it sits there and reminds me every day of why I do what I do, and that chunk of the wetland is always good. So it's a state conservation area where I do my study. So only 9.7% is in public hands. So a lot of it was privately held land, so locked gates, angry farmers with guns. And we weren't even allowed access to the riparian zone, our river, where a lot of our cultural places are. Originally was 100,000 hectares, so it's still a small chunk, and there's a lot of that land, a lot of the wetland is on private land. So we have good private landholders that are keen. There's Ramsar sites and things like that. So, but I suppose being locked out for 160 years, we've got to reconnect with our country. We still don't have the keys yet, even though I've got one cut. Don't tell anyone. I'm in New Zealand, that's all right. So I have the master key to the padlock, which is cool, but I think it's, we have to, we want to get to a point where it's co-managed, we want to be part of it, the recovery of this country. These are just some of our species. So yidda, little quarian or a cockatiel. Dinawan is the emu, of course. And things like we've come out of La Nina and our emus are breeding twice, and they don't normally do that. So good times, and so emus are breeding twice. And we have the emu in the sky, which is the dark matter in the Milky Way, and it changes and moves around, and that is linked to how we hunt the emu, but also how we collect the eggs. And so you can sort of see a group of emus there, the system was out of whack because of La Nina. So the old people would have known, that we can collect, because there's all of a sudden the males are chasing the females again, and the males actually rear the chicks, so they were sitting on the eggs and things like that. So it's those sort of changes in our environment is observed. There's a red-bellied black snake, Galabay. So he's top 10 in the world of venomness. So he's tasty, but scary. But you got to be careful. Actually, I might go back. I don't know if you can see, which was the laser? That one. So this little fella here, that's a little owlet, and it's fully grown adult, and it looks like a fluffy little baby. But it, has a little certain song, and it was behind one of our camps when we were on site. To find him was really cool, and then obviously Mungangali, which is our tree goanna, and he's tasty as well. He has a beautiful oil, so a lot of the old people used oils from the goanna. And then obviously getting kids back on country, we call them goingles, the young ones, and making sure that they're reconnecting with their country. So that was a thing where we had scientists, elders, teachers, and government people, and obviously with the kids, reintroducing them to their own country. Some of the methods, ethics approval. Sometimes ethics can be unethical. It was a challenge in itself, but I got a letter from my mum to say I'm a good boy and he'll do good work with his own people, and that got me ethics approval. So maybe I think that was it. So face-to-face was definitely essential. There was a generic set of questions, but you know what elders are like, they don't stick to the script and they wander off, and you've got to try and bring them back. And it was, a lot of that stuff was excellent. Some of the stuff I couldn't collect because it was secret and sacred, and they just sort of drifted off into those conversations, especially when you're sitting around the fire. That's special. And I suppose we had COVID and La Nina, so access to people and country was heavily restricted, which was tough through those times. Some of the outcomes, so we had system scale thinking, species, seasonal markers, cultural harvest, long knowledge and that connection. So, up to 65,000 years of connection to this landscape. Exclusion from the water markets. I'll quickly run through these. You know, the interconnectedness between the spiritual and the biocultural, biophysical was strong with these, you know, people. So even though we'd been locked out for 160 years, let's say, when you're out on country, they were listening to country and they were telling stories about country, even though they'd been locked, you know, for generations they'd been locked out. I suppose where the interconnectedness between the landscapes and obviously the water and the species and the climate, and where that wasn't considered, they were reluctant to engage. But then when you started thinking about ecosystem thinking and sort of, you know, to a point, a Western way of thinking, but I wanted to bring in my Indigenous ways of knowing and being. So it was sitting around the fire and, you know, like I had some people that didn't even want to sign ethics forms. And like, how do you deal with that at a university level? And I said, can I record you? Nah, you're in my bloody house. I'm not signing nothing. Sorry, we'll move on. But I suppose, you know, how do you, in an academic construct, you know, how do you deal with that? Yeah. Definitely climate change has, you know, we're changing that narrative to climate changed, not climate, you know, it's not changing, you know, it's changed. We're feeling it now. And yes, this is one of our big water holes in the Waikato wetlands, the Gingham waterhole. This is October 2020. And that's my son walking across it in December 2020. So it was hot and dry, no new inflows. He's the bomber, yeah. So he couldn't do a bomb there. So I suppose, and you sort of see his shoulders slumped. He's sad. Yeah, that was a recent fish kill we had as well. So that was in September this year. It's a site with cultural values, cultural indicators, as well as non-Indigenous values. So there was a lake system, I'll get to it in a sec, I better keep moving. It's a large lagoon called Taramangari that needs regular watering. And, you know, the non-Indigenous people had connection to it because it had, you know, it was great for hunting ducks and things like that. But it's a space, you know, there's scarred trees. So we used to scar trees to collect, you know, it depends, you know, make canoes or shields or whatever else. So there's a large scar tree that's remaining there. So this is a heavily developed area, so irrigated agriculture. And we found a koala scat, so it's Red Ridge country. It's a higher point, and what we found was there's a lot of bush food around there. So some definitely has been translocated by my ancestors. So, you know, bush banana wouldn't be normally there. So it's been translocated to this place. And yeah, that's a koala pupu. Or we call it, gura is the koala, but guna is the pupu. So yeah, having evidence of that species there also was quite significant. So this was an old map we found, and obviously Taramangari was the lagoon, and yeah, this is the large scar tree. Oops, sorry. Yeah, you can sort of see the outline, it's huge. There's myself and my uncle, so that's Mum's eldest brother. She's one of 14, so I've got a crazy amount of cousins. And so like these places still exist, so the cultural heritage and connection is still there and it's still strong, and I suppose that would have been potentially a large sheet. So you're walking along the wetland collecting your bulbs, you might have a little fire burning on it, and you're walking through the wetland, duck eggs or swan eggs and things like that. So those sort of places still exist. So you can sort of see there it's pretty dry. That was 2018. And then as we come out of La Nina, you just add water and it comes back to life. This place is special. So we know it's special. We have all these cultural signs to say it's important. Obviously with our disconnection potentially over those generations, you know, we're at the risk of losing, you know, the species that are important because we want water in these places to make sure that the species turn up and we can actually undertake our cultural obligations. The seasonal markers, and obviously cultural harvests. So yeah, like there are three main fish: the Murray cod, the yellow belly, and obviously the catfish. And then dinner one, so you can sort of see Gumbu, yeah, the male looking after the chicks, and we call them buggers. It's a cool name. And so he's responsible for rearing the chicks, and whereas the ladies just go off and have fun. That's warrigal greens, which is like a spinach, so these sort of things are important in this place. The black swan and the duck, so potentially, you'd be collecting the swan eggs before they mature, but you wouldn't take them all. That's water literacy is huge. Like, water law is bloody complex, and a lot of our communities, so some potentially have literacy and numeracy challenges. Some parts of Australia where English is like fifth language, so they speak all these different other clan groups and family group languages, but English might be fifth. So trying to explain water law is, I've heard the saying is it's like rocket science but harder. So cultural barriers, getting those young people back into this space is important for us. And then I suppose the knowledge exchange when we're on country is the best fun. I suppose having the elders there talking to the kids is magic. And I suppose, like as I talked about the water market, we have almost zero. This is an easy photo to understand. This is how easy Aboriginal water is. I did this a number of years ago and nothing has changed. So we've got all these challenges trying to get access to water. And I suppose, that's potentially why we're excluded from the market. All right, I'll skedaddle. So there is an environmental contingency allowance in the water plan. So we do believe we can access that for potentially cultural reasons. And I think it's getting water into the places where they should be going. So it's identifying those spaces which have cultural value. And obviously we're trying to look at those spaces, and in the end I did that Taramangri Lagoon doesn't get water, and this is one of the reasons why. So you can sort of see that's a wheat farm, and this is part of the wetland, and so water would come down here and then naturally would head that way in sort of medium flow events. And unfortunately this is flat country, and it only takes a small mound to divert water. And so what happened is that's the mound. Did you like that animation? That was high tech. Hang on, let's do it again. That's as good as I get. But that small mound moves water away from that lagoon. So in medium flows, we don't get water into those spaces. And for me, this is my learning journey. Huge amount of learning for me, reconnection, who you are, where you're from, know your story, and then we get to tell our story. So I suppose these are all a bit of language, caring for Gunima, which is Mother Earth. So, and, we talk about our ancestors come from beyond the Milky Way, behind the Milky Way. So that's where our ancestors come from, and the Burugu, which is the creation. And I suppose, that's what we're trying to re-inject into our kids as well. This is who you are, this is your story, this is your country. This is, obvious that it's failed. The perspectives can be gathered, We're not that scary, we're nice people. I'm going to have a yarn, and I think definitely building policy that is equitable and inclusive, that co-design stuff is important, because I said, a lot of these developments and governments don't have to engage Aboriginal people. So I suppose it's doing that, and you'll get the benefits of engaging people and listening to some of the oldest water stories on the planet, I think that's exciting. So these are just some of the journals that I've been pumping out. So it's walking the walk, let's say. So I'm Australian Journal of Environmental Management, so there's Australian New Zealand papers, and there was an abstract written in an Aboriginal language, so potentially that might have been a first, which is cool. And then Australian Journal of Water Resources, it was great to connect with Dr. Gail Tipper, and we had Indigenous co-lead authors as well, myself and my supervisor Ross Thompson. We won the G. N. Alexander Medal from Engineers Australia. Because we're not engineers, we don't get a medal, we get a bit of paper. So, bloody engineers. And then that one, also we had, we challenged the editors of the journal to have one of the papers had Matawara River of Life as the first author. They accepted it. So that's a huge shift in sort of environmental journals, water journals. A couple other papers. So Martin, you'll know that one. So we've got a chapter going into a book that Martin's leading. He'll talk a bit later this summer, so hopefully that'll be out in 2024, available for about $20 or 400. I can't remember, something like that. Another paper. It was more about this paper was about the methodology I used and where I come from and how I engaged. And there's me as my beard grows through COVID, with my river selfies. Thanks.
Laying down the whittle there, Brad. Laying down the whittle there, my friend. And you know what? Sport is what brings us together, right? Brings us together. And I'm reminded of the Māori All-Stars and the Indigenous Rugby League game that happens, and getting to see those two teams come together. But more importantly, the sharing of culture. And we had a few mobs come across as well to help celebrate that game, and seeing the haka and the Indigenous dancers performed on an international stage is absolutely fantastic. So a bomb-off is definitely accepted there, huh? If I was to judge your son, I didn't know, because you didn't show the video. I only saw him doing the pin drop action. See, it's the pin drop action, but I would like to see how his form would have been just before he hit the water, and I could have given him a proper score there. But the splash, definitely a 9 out of 10 there, so I'll give you that. It was good also to see the pictures of your native wildlife. My older brothers and sisters, they all live over in Australia and New South Wales and in Melbourne. I went over there for a holiday. Cockroaches started flying around. I saw my first huntsman spider, and that's when I knew that I should be the brother that stays home and look after the kāinga while they go over there and do that. I have tasted the purple goanna. Fantastic drink. It was flowing as well. It was good to see the cockroach bird as well. And, you know, in the spirit of unity, maybe the cockroach and the pūteketeke can get together and, I don't know, you know, have a kōrero. But no, awesome to hear your kōrero e hoa, and hopefully that in the future, of course, many mobs will come together and you find that connect, and you can all work together to get to the ultimate goal. Ngā mihi ki a koe. All right, our next speaker. Ngāti Maniapoto Waikato Tainui, Ngāti Whanaunga, is an established world expert on weaving Indigenous knowledge and science to realise the dreams of the communities he works with. He is also spearheading alternative ways of addressing sustainability, including weaving Indigenous knowledge and, oh, this is a big word, should have went to school for this one, epistemologies, there we go, I got there, with science and interlegislation, assessment frameworks and decision support tools. E te iwi homaira te pakipaki anō te whare wānanga o Tāmaki, University of Auckland, Associate Professor Dan Hikurua. Nau mai oha.
Height adjustment. Hei! O kia ora mai tātou, ngā mihi o te ata. Ka pai te tuana te kōrero ia koutou i te ata nei. Ka tika he mihi ki kingi tūheitia me te kahu ariki. Pai mārere. Ka tika he mihi hoki ki a koutou katoa i hui mai nei. I rungi te karanga o te awa. I rungi tēnei kaupapa whakahirihira. Ai! Gosh, that's a hard act to follow. Gracious me. But the title of this talk was inspired by many things. Of course, our wonderful saying, Waikato tani wharau, he piko he tani wha, he piko he tani wha, speaking about our many chiefs at our many bends, and the decisions they made that ensured that we're here today to be hosting this and talking to you all. It's also inspired in part by a colleague working on a research project with me. She's an artist, works a lot in the digital medium. And her and her husband's an artist too. And they had an exhibition in Tairāwhiti called Be the Taniwha. And actually it was a challenge to many of our folks who occupy seats on boards
and just keep the seat warm. And actually, that's a responsibility when you're in those roles. And so it was a challenge because they were a little bit upset with some of their their mandated people on those roles. And they said, actually, you need to be the taniwha and you're in that role. It's not just about the mana, it's about, doing good calls and making good calls. And in this instance, for our awa. And so, to our awa. And just to set a bit of a context, and actually before I do that, much of what I say here is almost irrelevant for the kōrero e pāna te awa Waikato tupuna awa. Because you guys are being the taniwha, you are heading the taniwha and doing amazing stuff. But I want to use some images of our awa just to set a context for the rest of the nation. And so, our awa's beautiful like this when it flows out of Taupo Nui Aotea. And yet, downstream a little bit, not quite so beautiful, nera. And this is just an example of many of our rivers across Ngā Motu. And so this is kind of the challenge we face. And this isn't even about kind of pointing a finger at a government, whichever colour it is. It's kind of the governments successively. We find ourselves where we are today because there's been pretty much a bottom line approach. And you're bucking the trend here with your te turiwhai mana. So I just need to express that again. And, acknowledging, yesterday it was those flax roots groups who are just doing amazing stuff. But it's not achieving the scale and rapidity of change we need. And I think you'd all agree with that. And that's why we're here. And I also don't think it's not enough to rely on government. And so within that challenge, it's how do we realise our agency? How do we be that taniwha? And how do we heed the taniwha in our collective efforts and in our mahi? And just a bit more, as if those kind of words weren't enough. This stuff just makes you want to cry and sometimes give up, but we don't, because our rivers need us, and we need our rivers, and that's why you're all here. I think one of the challenges, and this is kind of looking at it from the national scale, even to the regional scale, is that often those rules, those regulations, and the things we do them individually, and we think individually, and yet the message we heard loud and clear yesterday, and we're hearing even this morning from Stu and from Brad even, is that actually the strength comes when we act collectively. But it's funny how that individualist mindset is really ingrained in us. And I actually experienced that driving down yesterday morning, coming along, just coming off the Maunga, new part of the expressway, coming up to that part where there seems to have been roadworks since even before there was a motorway there. I don't know. And it's like there's a sign that says we're going to come down from 2 lanes into 1. And so when you think collectively, you just join the end of that one queue, because then we all arrive and get through at the same time that we arrived in that queue. And then we come on. But some folks want to think they need to be there a bit quicker. And they think about the individual and they try and hook around the sides there. And it's like, there it is, it's ingrained. And so actually reminding ourselves that, gosh, we're ingrained to think individually in the things we do. But when we're collective, we're so much more stronger and we can achieve so much more. So in 2012, I was privileged to be at the Transit of Venus commemoration and celebration. That was the idea of Paul Callaghan. So Paul Callaghan, sadly, he actually passed away before we held this celebration, based in Tairāwhiti, and then going up, and we were hosted by the Uawa community up in Tolaga Bay. And ka roha to the people from Uawa. They just got smashed again over the weekend with more flooding. And then we came back together. There was a collection of amazing people, and I was just kind of snuck in the back door when no one was looking. And one of the communities, actually the Uawa community, they said, hey, you're an esteemed group of people who can do stuff and get things done. Our river needs help. And then actually everyone said, oh, our river needs help. Our river needs help. And so the call came out from the rivers, we need your help. And so Anne Selman stood up and said, we hear you. And then she put out a tono to everyone who was there. Who wants to help our rivers? And so from that, an idea was born, and we're with the support of Uawa, and we're still working with Uawa, and we're still working with other communities. What we realised was that we were still making really terrible decisions for the health of our rivers. We were behaving as if we could manage our rivers. No, we need to regulate and manage ourselves and our relationships with our rivers, because that's how it's going to work best. And we realised we were all about making the river behave, how much we can take out of the river, how much we can put back in the river, and none of it was from the river. So we tried to put the river at the centre, and we had an approach which we called Te Awaroa, 1,000 Rivers in a State of Order. But we realised quickly that actually what we were really trying to do was be the voice of the river. And we recognise that there is some legislation that exists. Pea Te Ture Whaimana is effectively doing that. It's giving a voice to the river. We've got the Wanganui, we've got the Uruwera. And in practical terms, where that didn't exist for all the other rivers in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we kind of thought, the voice of the river can be expressed this way, in terms of river health and river behaviour and river stories. So even though we have all this information, we're still making bad decisions. So what we thought was missing was actually that connect, and we heard it beautifully yesterday. You don't care about what you don't know. You don't value what you don't care about. That was our beautiful, our team who presented yesterday, our gumboot approach, kāpai. So what's interesting though is that we've got heaps of information on river health. And in fact, more information there isn't going to change anything. It just further diagnoses the problem that we have. And you might get a scientist arguing it's 7.64 this and 7.51 that, and that might be contested in environment court. Momo timer, like you were saying, those challenges that we face are real. It's because the information is just, you're either dying quicker or slower, basically. And so we already got a lot of this stuff. And then we also thought, conceptually around river behaviour. And it's controlled a little bit by geology. That's why the Waipa is a little bit more pari with sediment than other ones. You've got a lot more pumice on the Waikato. It's about how the river behaves, and it's about flooding and heka. We've seen a lot of that in the last year. And in fact, the last 2 years, and in fact, the last 3. And actually, when you look back through time, there's been significant floods in that kind of 1 in 500 or 1 in 250 year, seemingly every other month. And one of the challenges with that is we're basing frequency and that statistical analysis on how the climate used to be. Like we heard, the climate has changed. So our models need to change too. Because I can tell you, the amount of times you present a community, you say, 1 in 500 year flood, they just laugh at you. Like, we just experienced 4 of those last year. What are you talking about? Either your model's broken or your data's broken, or both. And, it's a tough thing to hear, but, a floodplain is a flat piece of area that floods. And we decided to put stuff on those things, and then we get a bit upset when the floodplain floods. Whānau, it's in the name. We couldn't have been any more obvious. The challenge we find ourselves, though, is that we're bearing the legacy of 150 years of really ill-thought decisions. Or 160, I think it was, we mentioned, for Brad and his team. So what do? And we think what's missing is the stories. It's how people know their rivers. And like you said, sit with your people, 160 years off country, boom, it all comes back. You're listening to country. And I'm drawing on this famous quote, no tātou te awa, no te awa tātou. And this idea of actually putting the river at the centre, telling the river stories. And the way we think about it, it's kind of like, the river behaviour is kind of like the woodwind section, and the river health is kind of like the brass, and the river stories is, the percussion. And so what we need is all of those parts of the orchestra in order to have the symphony. And at the moment, we've only got some of it, and it's a little bit out of tune. If we can bring that stuff together, we can start to do great things. And I'm also inspired by this. This is out of the Waikato River Act. I'm sure you know it all. But it's a gift, and it's our responsibility all at once. So for me, that's the be the taniwha. That's the call that I think, okay, we need to be doing something. We need to be doing something different outside of what you're doing at Waikato, which was amazing. So we've been working with the Gisborne community for over 10 years now, and then they got smashed again with Gabrielle. And so this is the Waimata River, the one that you've seen all over the news in recent times. And this is it when it's, looking at its most beautiful and best, and when community is on it, in it, with it. So just to introduce the team real quick, Some of the members of the team, colleagues from the University of Auckland, some of our postgrad students. These are kind of the core of the people that responded to that call that Anne made in 2012. But because it isn't just about what people do in universities and institutions, we've got some whānau based in Tairāwhiti. And so Walton's with the Horota Waka Ama team. Rina is the artist I mentioned earlier, Rina Kere. She's from Ngāti Oneone, which is right at the river mouth of the Waimata. She's also from Uawa, as is Herangata Gibson. In fact, the Urupa, I think they lost a bit more on the weekend with the weekend's floods. And Ian Rudu, some of you may know Ian and some of his mahi around Māori. And so for us, those are some of those local taniwha that we need to listen to, as well as the kōrero of the taniwha. And the key thing about those, and at the risk of kind of pointing out the obvious, the reason we had taniwha was to keep us safe. They're our guardians. They tell us where there might be places in the rivers where we shouldn't go, places where we might need to behave accordingly. You know, for goodness sakes, we all know about Ngāti Ngaho and Karutahi just down the road here, and how I first heard about that. There's some kind of headline on the Herald, you know, mythical creature costs the taxpayer millions of dollars. You know, this taniwha, changed the motorway. And then, you know, less than 2 years after the motorway's open, massive flood goes right through, and home people, I can just imagine in my mind saying, oh, Karutahi. And then the planner's saying, why didn't you tell us it was a flood risk? It's like, that's how we understand that taniwha, that's how it manifests. And so I'm still waiting for that next headline. Mythical creature saves taxpayer millions of dollars. Not going to hold my breath on that one, whānau. Just thank you for my time. Don't want to take up too much, because it's good to have some kōrero and then get to morning tea. That's a dangerous place to be. I know Edita's coming up next, but hopefully her video's loading up. And, you know, so when we think about Heed the Taniwha, let's think about how we do our mahi in a Māori worldview way. So we put up this map, and people go, oh, that's nifty and neat. But actually, that's reflective of how Māori see the world and make sense of it. And you have no idea, and this is actually really good, I do it in like kind of technical audiences. There's a lot of kind of alpha personalities in those rooms often. And I put this image up, and usually those hyper-alpha personalities would say, oh, excuse me, your picture's up the wrong way. And I just smile to myself. And then I was like, oh, and then everyone else who kind of is cottoned on, it's like, no, you're just used to seeing it that way. And because of your personality, you don't see the world any other way. And that's part of the problem, is that there's people think there's only one way to see and make sense of the world. And the mahi you're doing here in the Waikato, you flip that completely around. You say, we put the river at the centre. That's how we do it. That's how we roll. And so the Waimata is a catchment that flows down through Gisborne. A little bit technical stuff now. Sorry, team. Just that there's the catchment. A little bit about what's going on up in the catchment. I think this is probably very similar to many catchments, you know, that you live in and work on. The challenge here is that we've got young, highly erodible soils because the geology is quite young. We've got a lot of tectonic activity, earthquakes in this area, and then we had a veneer of ash that kind of has been deposited in that area in the last 100, maybe a million years or so. And so, you know, when conditions are good, the river can look lovely, and then when the conditions are not good, it can look absolutely terrible. And so we've got forestry in the catchment up there in the headwaters, and then some of the practices after you harvest get a little bit to be desired. In fact, you know, there was a full forestry inquiry that took place here. We're hoping that rules will change as a result of this. And so on the back of that, with these high magnitude rainfall events, you know, there's just more sediment and slash that keeps coming down. You know, this is some of the information that's coming through, but even that's kind of snapshot. Even though that's accurate, the community is telling us they want to have really up-to-date information about what's going on. They also want to have models looking forward. So we're trying to create models that adjust to the new reality, accepting that climate has changed, not trying to use old data from in the past. You know, this is what happened in the recent one, and this is just par for the course. Think about all of the rivers and the bridges in this part of the country. When you get a moderate rainfall event, the wastewater system just fails. The city grew quicker than the infrastructure kept up with. And, you know, on this river, Some people call it the River of Gold, this part, because we had some kayakers who won gold medals in the 80s. And then more recently, we've got Waka Ama. And so the Horota Waka Ama team paddles on this river. They're the current world champs. And yet, they come out of the water and they get all these haki on their feet and stuff. And it's like, oh, heka, I should have given you a trigger warning there. Sorry, team. That's But actually, the under-18, they were the world champs 2 years ago or 3 years ago, who gave us this image, said, use this image because people need to know what's going on. And so our project is kind of about letting the river speak. We're trying to tell the stories of the river with the community. We're recognising, and this is interesting to hear what some people are doing, that digital information can be really accessible. Thinking about what Shannon was saying with those adroit sensors. When the community can have an amazing data set, you can't hide from it. It's right in front of you. The other reality is right there. And then when you can weave their stories and how they connect with their rivers, then we might start to see some real positive change. And we want the river to heal, and I've heard that already about the Waikato as well. So we're all on the same haringa whānau. Just to give you some idea of some of the work we've been undertaking, this river's really connected. As soon as sediment gets in, it just gets flushed down and down to the lowlands and into the harbour and into the coda, sea grounds and breeding grounds right under the port there. And we're working with modelling to try and work out where are the sediment erosion hotspots, where might we be best placed to do our riparian planting, where might we put our wetlands. What we discovered, sadly, is that maybe 25 years of planting, some of it was just completely destroyed in the Gabrielle event, either eroded away or completely inundated. And so immediately the community just pivoted. They've gone straight to the tributaries and the wetlands. So their work is an activation of the river speaking. It's all of those things, the river health, the river behaviour and the river stories all coming together with better outcomes for the river. And so in closing, it's about trying to actualise those river voices. Where we don't have a tuturia whai mana, how do we get stuff done? And we've found it's by mobilising people and communities. Catchment restoration groups have just emerged. All it took was just an awareness that, oh, you're interested and you're interested and you're interested. Together we can do amazing stuff. And recognising that this idea of making room for rivers in places where there is room to be made for rivers, recognising we can't do that everywhere. It's as much as a mindset shift as it is as a physical act of letting the river be a river. So, in closing, when I say heed the taniwha, it's about acknowledging our mātauranga that goes back mai rāno around how our rivers behave and the things they do and the actions we take to keep ourselves safe, but also about being the taniwha and the positions we have and the agency we have in order to piki the mauri of our awa. Anō reira, kia ora mai tātou, katoa.
Ka pai ngā mihi e te rangatira i au kōrero, pāna ki ngā mahi e mahi nei i au koutou i tēnei wā ki te whakarauora i ngā wai, ke roto i ngā takiwā o te tairāwhiti anō hoki a tāhuara wātu. Taniwha. For those of you who don't know, I'm the rebel taniwha. I'm the taniwha you don't listen to. Now, straight up, so if they ask me whether or not they can build their houses on the wetlands, I'll went, no, sweet as cuz, just build them over there. All good. And then the flood would have came and they would have blamed me and I says, 500 years already. I didn't read the maramataka. Aroha mai makas. I would have been the rebel taniwha that said to those poor kids, and man, that is really shocking, and I'm hoping that gets fixed for those tamariki when they're enjoying their awa. But I would have been the taniwha that says, well, if you don't want it to get worse, you better paddle fast so you can get out of the water quick. And that's probably why you're world champions right now, because you're paddling really, really fast. But ka pai horota, we're definitely one of the enemies of Rāhui Pōkeka when it comes to the National Waka Ama Championships at Rei Karapiro. And tūranga wawai, I can see people tūranga wawai whānau as well, they're in there. Hewai, I tēnei wā, ka tahuri ake ki tēnei o ngā whaia o tātou. We're just trying to get the video up to go at the moment, and if that doesn't happen, we'll work on it in the break, and we'll take some questions, ka pai. But here we, ane. Ko te kaikorero e whai ake nei is an experienced governor and director serving in the Waikato River Authority Board, Te Wai Māori Trust, New Zealand Biological Heritage Science Challenge, iwi, and not-for-profit boards. Professionally, Eden is a freshwater scientist with a background in river and lake restoration, taonga species research, resource management, and environmental planning. She has experience working at the interface between policy, mātauranga Māori, and science. She grew up alongside the Waikato River and has whakapapa connections to Waikato iwi. Her strong technical expertise in freshwater management sits alongside her community connections. Chief Scientist, New Zealand's Biological Heritage Science Challenge, o mai te pakipaki, Erina Wātene.
Morena, everyone. It was a little bit touch and go. I wasn't sure if my presentation was going to load and whether or not we'd have to cut straight to the break, but just in time it's appeared. But it still might be a bit guess the slides, so just bear with me as we head on through. So to begin my presentation, I just wanted to share this image of our awa. It was taken from across the ways there, from the top of the hucks. It's a beautiful morning with the sun rising and the fog over our awa. I'd like to say that I climbed up the mountain to take the photo myself, but I stole it off Facebook, and so I just want to acknowledge the Hakurimata Predator-Free group for sponsoring my cover photo. All right, is this working? Okay, so these are my kids, and they've had the privilege of growing up in and around the awa. As you can see in one of the photos, before they could walk and talk, they were in the front patch of waders and going whitebaiting. So whether it's getting whitebait, doing tuna mahi, being on waka, they've been very fortunate in that they've been in and around our awa since they were born. This is the presentation of this is the title of my presentation. I'm pretty sure that's not the one that I sent through to Tim, so we'll just give it a crack, eh? And so this is the catchment as a whole. I don't need to tell us what the catchment looks like, but I just thought I'd put it up there because I hadn't seen it as a whole in the presentations yesterday. But building on what Dan has said, you know, coming out of Taupo, it looks amazing. By the time you get to Te Puaha, it's experienced quite a bit of degradation along the way. Just to locate us again, this is the point where the Waipa and the Waikato join together. It's quite an old image. I think it's in the 90s, but you can see the high sediment loading coming in from the Waipa. I also wanted to point out the rail bridge that Julian spoke about yesterday. I don't even know how to use the pointer. Over here. The best bombing bridge for Ngārua Wāhia. And so that's what we're here, that's what we're talking about today. And so this is our awa, and these are some of the things that it has to deal with. And then I kind of ran out of things to think of. So these are just some of the things that our awa has to deal with, right? Oh, one more. Oh, two more, sorry. So it's a lot, and that's probably not all of it. Oh. Okay. And so I guess building on Mike's presentation yesterday, there are the fundamentals, right, of river restoration. There's a pretty clear pathway. Let's work out the state. Let's, get achievable goals. Let's do the feasibility, all of that stuff, and the 10 tonics, and that's awesome. And that is one way forward. But then there's this other scientist guy, and he reckons this. And I think there's some value in that too, right? So, and I'm not saying we should chuck the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm saying is that, not just me, what people are saying is that there's other knowledge systems that can contribute to how we restore our rivers. And part of that is understanding that there's whole different worldviews. Like for us, the river sometimes I go to conferences and they talk about rivers as external things, like they're this water body that's there to provide ecosystem services and blah, 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 blah. But like for us, it's not that. So like from our worldview, our river is a tupuna, and our identity is, fully connected with our awa. I'm not going to read it out, you guys can read. And in ancient times, it provided food, water, and a means of transport for our tribe. Oh, I also wanted to say, sorry, if I went back a couple, no, I'm not going to go back all the way. I'll go forward. But in terms of the title of my presentation around an Indigenous perspective on river restoration, I just wanted to acknowledge the speakers from yesterday. They gave the masterclass on that. Mine is the entry-level first-year class, but I'm talking about Jaden, Anaru, Shannon and Hinerangi. That was the masterclass. This is the first-year class. And so the way that we, could approach river restoration, and this came from the tribe's website as well, is that the teachings and the learnings from our ancestors can help guide our thinking. They provided a lot of gems of wisdom, and I don't have time to go through all of them, but if you were to listen to Pātara all the way through this symposium, he's been dropping little pearls all the way through when he talked about the origin of the Waikato River, the connection between Taupiri and Tongariro, and then he talked about Wairere and how the river got its name. He talked about a lot of the tongikura as well, and obviously we don't have time to go through all of that, but I'm just saying there's lots of knowledge that our tupuna have shared that can help guide us today. I'm just going to share some of them, and there's heaps of people in here way more expert than me that can give the deeper meanings, but I'll just push on through. So this is the first Māori king. So a lot of our tupuna had these amazing sayings or tongikura that provide this guidance, and some of them have been shared already before. Sam shared one in his presentation too. This one kind of speaks to one way of interpreting it, but please ask the experts in the break, is about self-determination this one is about actually pulling together the threads and having a shared purpose and a shared vision. So bringing together all the different strands and then moving forward together. This one Sam presented yesterday is about, if I dream alone. If we dream as a collective, we can achieve our dream. So some of them are metaphorical, some of them are just straight up advice. This is King Pāwhio. He had many tongikura that have helped guide our people, and these are a couple of them. One that Pātara shared yesterday as well, about if you're a single reed, you're easy to break, but if you bind them all together, you become unbreakable. So that's strength in numbers, right? Stop it. And then that last one is about, I shall fashion my own whare. So that's about self-determination and doing it our way and using the resources that we have at hand. So just taking some of those learnings and then applying it to a real-life situation. I'm going to talk about tuna because that's what I do. And I might get some of the group. They've disappeared, have they? If we'll come back to it. So tuna, we're going to talk about tuna and then a tuna project. So tuna, they're as old as Aotearoa itself. We're connected to tuna through whakapapa. We have obligations and responsibilities as kaitiaki to protect, preserve and care for tuna. The importance of tuna for Waikato, but all iwi I'd say, cannot be underestimated. And fisheries are considered a taonga for Waikato. They sustain our way of life, both physically and spiritually. So if we think about the current state of tuna, they're no longer as abundant as they once were. So these ones had the misfortune of going through some flood pumps in the lower Waikato. Longfin are considered at risk in decline, and I guess from our perspective, that's that's not acceptable. And many factors have kind of contributed to the state of tuna, including overfishing, loss of habitat, parasites, barriers, climate change, the list goes on. So what happened in our catchment in 2021, 2022, a lot of the tile managers, the environmental managers from across the catchment, so not just one particular part of the catchment, they kind of initiated a project where they got together and came together, and so these are the OGs. And so they come from four of the iwi and 3 hapu. At the time it was Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, and so the people that were in this initial group, they were either environmental managers, so decision makers, or governance members as well. And this was initiated from them. It wasn't a project that someone imposed on them. And what drew them together was the fact that the tuna management was fragmented across our catchment. So there were lots of different activities. NIWA wanted to do tagging studies. ELCO were doing trap and transfer. There was lots and lots of different things that everyone had to respond to. And I guess they were feeling a little bit hoha about that. So they had an initial wānanga to discuss whether or not they wanted to collaborate, because it wasn't a given that they did want to collaborate. So they had the first wānanga, but in that first wānanga, they kind of decided that, yes, because of all the different things that were happening, we would come together. And that first wānanga led to, so this was during COVID as well, so it was online, it was meant to be in person. So the first wānanga led to 2 other wānanga, a site visit, and a strategy session where they kind of developed a strategy. Oh wait, these are the new, so those were the OGs, and these are the new Gs that have joined in as well. And Aidan's sitting up there, and I told him to come down and join, but he's decided he might come down for the questions. And I see Jordan's up there too, and then some of the others weren't able to be here today. So our process was, we had an initial wānanga that I spoke about, and then we had a strategy session that we held at Karapiro, where we went through a number of initiatives or aspirations. Actually, it was to identify what is it that the collective wanted to achieve. Like, if we put tuna at the centre of our decision making, what is it that we collectively wanted to do to help the tuna? Because it wasn't about telling people how to, because this is the other thing, we didn't want to tell Raukawa what to do in Raukawa or Waikato what to do in Waikato. It's like, if we all come together, what are the things that we can do together? This is what they came up with. So originally there was like about 30 different ideas and things that we should be doing. We're like, yeah, look, we probably should just focus on the top 4 for now, because we have limited resources. What is it that you actually want to do first? And so the first thing that they wanted to do was so there's a trap and transfer program going on at Karapiro. The River Iwi collectively wanted to, I guess, come back and take over that program. That was the number one thing that they identified. So this is Karapiro, and the Alva Trap and Transfer program has been operating since 1992. Originally, there was some really strong iwi involvement, so Horiawa was there, Wale Papa, I think Harold Maniapoto, they were all part of the original team that helped set up the Alva Trap and Transfer program. But for the most part, the commercial eel industry had been operating the program. So what happens is that the baby eels are caught at the base of the dam, and then they're transferred into the upper lakes, upper hydro lakes. And I guess from a commercial perspective, it's a form of wild ranching. So they could go back and pretty much harvest the tuna, so it kept their industry going. And when the River Iwi leaders got together, they were kind of like, well, that doesn't really align with our aspirations at this time. So when the permit came up for renewal for the commercial fishers to continue that mahi, they all collectively opposed the renewal of that permit. And then MPI did not renew that permit, so it kind of created a space and a gap. Luckily, we knew some people that might want to jump in and do the job. So the collective, we got our kaitiaki, and they're doing that mahi now. But further to that, We wrote our own permit. We didn't have to go to MPI to get a permit to do this mahi. So through the Waikato River settlement regulations, we were able to write our own permit. And then as that collective, we decided where the tuna went. So some did go into the upper catchment, most of them did actually in that first year, but some also went into other parts of our catchment where the tuna could get back out to sea and spawn. So we were putting them across our whole catchment, and it was determined by us collectively, us. And some of the sites that were selected too, they were important, significant sites. You know, like the mana whenua at the sites chose the sites because they were important to them either historically or whatever the case may be. So completely different to how the program had been run previously. I do have a video of the process, and this is where it could go really badly. Let's see. Is it going to go? Nah, it'll look like it is. So a little bit glitchy, but you get the picture. But yeah, so it was a completely different vibe to how that program had run for the last 30 years. And then I'll just talk about some of the feedback that we had from the whānau that were at some of the sites. I won't talk about it, I'll just put it up here. So by doing it our way, these are just some of the comments you can just read through. I'm not even going to talk. We're able to deliver the program in our way. And those tuna at each of those different sites, the releases was led by the mana whenua, so they kind of rolled out however they wanted to roll out that practice was up to them. And so in some cases it might be 2 or 3 people and they might just do a little karanga. Another place we turned up to, 2 schools arrived in a bus, and there were like haka and like loads of different, I guess our practices at site, at location, based on their knowledge and their practice. Yeah, anyway. Okay, that was another thing. The hononga, a lot of connections between us across the river as the team that were doing the mahi, connections to the young ones coming through, connections to all the different mana whenua across our catchment area, and connections to the tuna themselves. Lots of intergenerational transfer of knowledge. Like I said earlier, there was a bus that rocked up to one of our releases. And these kids, they're like looking at Alva's, never seen that before. They're touching them, they're feeling them. So kind of building on some of the messages from yesterday about you have to know something is to care for something, is to look after it for the future. So this is about building the next generation of taniwha, I guess, as well. Another key point, I guess, partnerships is really key too. Although this project was initially about reconnecting the river iwi kind of taking a leading role in terms of what happened to the tuna in their catchment. We couldn't do it without our partners as well, so acknowledging Mercury, they're all up there, Niwa, the Bioheritage Science Challenge. Some are funders, Waikato Tainui also funded. So partnerships are really important. And one of the things we did for our partners is we held a specific release for them to come to, and they brought their kids, and they were able to kind of have their own special time with the tuna as well. Now, just cutting back to Te Ture Whaimana, this project in of itself kind of contributes to a lot of the objectives. I'm not going to go through them, and also many of the strategies as well. So this project is not funded by the Waikato River Authority yet. Because it wasn't driven, it was a kaupapa-driven process. There was no money, there was no nothing. It was like, this is the issue that's going on in our catchment. How are we going to respond to that? That was what was the driver behind it, not putia. But we still need putia to operate now. And then I guess cutting back to that original question, how can we blah, 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 that Tim gave me. Well, first of all, recognise that there are other ways of knowing, being and doing. Understand that Indigenous, so what Jaden said yesterday as well, and many others said too, Indigenous people are not going anywhere, and we know how to collectivise and, get shit done, I think. And in our own way, and based on our knowledge and practices. And then when we do it our way, there's some incredible outcomes that don't happen when it's done in a different way, right? So, And then this approach here, it kind of prioritised collective decision-making, autonomy, self-determination, and empowering iwi to manage resources and apply their mātauranga and practices in a culturally appropriate manner. I guess another thing, if you wanted to expedite restoration, is understand the barriers that also happen. Some of them got raised yesterday around health and safety, getting resource consents, etc. Another one is having a flexible funding model. That could be something that we could consider too. A lot of funding have a one-time call for applications, but Te Wai Māori Trust, which is another trust that I'm a part of, they have two funds. One has its annual funding round, and there's another fund that stays open year round. And once that's exhausted, it's exhausted. But it kind of provides that flexibility to be able to respond to needs as they arise. And last but not least, tips for partners when looking in terms of how to operate or how to work differently. Just connect, listen, collaborate, co-create, resource, and empower and let go. You don't have to hold the reins so tight. Let go. Let whānau do their thing. So, yeah, kia ora.
Morena. Firstly, another round of applause for our four presenters this morning. Thank you. I need to apologise for being late this morning and missing karakia. Just after I dropped my boys off to Roto Kauri Kura, I get a call from my sister. She locked the keys in the car. And thankfully, as a boy growing up in the 80s, you have a few essentials in your trunk. 2 bottles of water. One's for if you go to Urupa, you just need one. The other one was when we used to drive up the Bombays and we have to pull over and fill up the radiator. And then I'd have a hammer and I've got a coat hanger. Due to the skills I acquired over summers with my moana whānau, we happened to get in there from about 15 seconds. She's my whānau over there. Yeah. So, successful morning, I got here just in time. So today we have our international speakers, and our whānau that have international experience and have worked well with other communities, as Irina has mentioned. We had heard from Stu, and just a point from me about when Stu's talking about policy, it's probably going to be more evident now than ever the importance of Te Ture Whaimana for our catchment, in the sense that it's going to bring confidence and to the community that confidence and certainty to our region, that we've got something that's going to trump anything that comes out of there. So I think that's a great thing, and what we've seen over the last 10 years is actually our sector groups talking more about Te Ture Whaimana than ourselves. And that's what we've been trying to change, is the mind shift. Thank you for that, Stu, and our brother Brad, our bro Brad. That's better than, what was the bum one? Ask Pro. It's always a pleasure to see him. Yes, he always gets brought over here, and he's probably one of the first persons we call. And it reminds me, and I have to read this one, and thankfully Irina didn't put this whakatauki up on her slide, from Tāwhiao, and it was during the time we were probably in the most turbulent times. Our people were suffering from anxiety, deprivation, frustration and alienation from our taonga. And through his reading of the scriptures and discussions with early missionaries, Tāwhiao became aware quite quickly that his struggle, our people's struggle, was not a unique struggle. And so he said, ko ngā kupu a Tāwhiao ka kohi ake, kei ngā tōpito katoa o te ao, oku nei hoa, ko te hūmeka, ko te parake me te kāmura. My friends will come from the four ends of the world. They are the shoemakers, the blacksmiths, and the carpenters. Well, today we have different titles. We have scientists, and we have friends from around the world that come to learn from us. But it's also nice to know that someone else is going through something similar. You've got someone to talk to outside of the country and hopefully offer some advice. And we've received plenty of advice, and I really appreciated your kōrero about your totem species, because it makes us think of our taonga species that both Dan and Irina have spoken about. So, kia ora hua. Dan, I love, Karutahi, for me, one of the first projects that I worked on, and I see some of our whānau, Lyndon, the whānau here, that was in the paper for all the wrong reasons, but it's probably became a benchmark discussion. Because now when we talk about taniwha with our friends at WSP and other places, they're going, oh, ka pai, where is it? Where does it stay? Those are the questions they're asking, rather than using it or acknowledging it, rather than seeing it as a barrier to development. So it's, I'd love to track that actually in a bit of research. Kia ora hoa. And Irina, we've known each other for a very, very long time. One of my mentors as we're coming through the tribal work, Wāhi Whānui and other places. And one thing I really love about Irina, and she's very consistent, is about what about the way our people want to do it. And she always challenges us, even us as her friends. She'll go, what do our whānau think? How do they want to do it? And that's what we've seen today. And you come up with successful stories like that. So great kōrero this morning. Our morning tea is ready, but we're going to take a few questions. So please remember to use Slido to send your questions in. Again, if we can't answer them here today because we've run out of time, we're going to log them and we'll find some way to respond to all of those questions there. So I'll pass you over to Michelle.
Kia ora koutou. Just a reminder, some new information for those of you who weren't here yesterday. On the inside cover of the program is a little QR code that you can scan to access Slido to put in your questions. So first question for Stu or maybe even Julian, what risk to Te Ture Whaimana do you see with the current government?
So I'll take this one just in case Stu gets in trouble. Our Te Ture Whaimana and all the mechanisms that Irina spoke about, our bylaws, ministerial accords are all locked in the Waikato River settlements and the Upper River co-management iwi arrangements. You cannot make any changes to the settlement without iwi approval, and that's not going to happen. So I'm pretty confident there'll be some issues around other things like te mano te wai or areas that impact the catchment but sit outside of our settlement legislation. But other than that, I think I'm confident, and I hope the councils do this, confidently lean on Te Ture Whaimana to continue the work that we've developed already, including all of our partners. I'd say minimal risk.
So this question's for Bradley. How can we move forward together in a collaborative way in the future? So between Indigenous peoples and companies doing work, can we ever not be combative?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the opportunity to turn up and speak is always, and then the conversations that happen after are also important as well. So I'd love to have the opportunity to bring, some of you guys over to Australia and, share your story with our people, because, that saying, is we have similar struggles, similar fights, and, you guys are potentially a bit ahead of us in that regard, and, we want to learn rather than act like we own it. At the moment, we're driving like we're stolen.
Part of those what you mean.
But I think it's, the conversations that happen after, and I think this ongoing, when I keep getting an invite to this, I never say no. It's an absolute honour to be here, and to maintain that relationship and conversation is especially important. I think, especially working with companies, I think in different contexts in Australia and New Zealand, and I think, we're still fighting to have a voice. We had a referendum recently that still gave us no voice, and, we're still living with the no, and we've got to, just business as usual for us. We've got to keep fighting, and I think the strength that we get from you people over here is special, and I think we just keep doing that. Yep.
Kia ora.
Question for Edina. How does water quality affect tuna longevity when releasing back into the awa? How do you weigh up poor water quality and reinstating tuna?
That's a good question. Tuna are a pretty hardy species for starters, and I guess they already exist throughout the whole catchment, but maybe not in the abundance that they could have existed previously. So I think in terms of releasing into our catchment, there's a number of factors to take into consideration, and we're comfortable with the decisions that we've made, I guess. Not really answering the question, but enough.
No, I might just throw a bit in, completely supporting what Edina said. One of the things you find in the literature is there's this ecological keystone indicator species and taonga species, and tuna is definitely not a keystone ecological indicator species because they're tough buggers, as you say, so they can withstand pretty tough environments. But the key thing and the difference here, and that's to your point, is that it's a taonga because we have a really strong relationship with it. And it's just a kind of a message to some of our ecologists there. It's like, actually, no, they're not the same thing.
And some of the sites that have been chosen by the mana whenua are chosen because tuna were there historically anyway, so so just adding that too.
So this is a slightly related question to that. Are tuna release sites mostly into places where tuna can no longer reach because of barriers?
No, they can still, well, the ones that go into the upper catchment, yes, definitely. There's 8 kind of big hydro dams that stop them from reaching those areas. But the ones into the lower reach, so we did 20 releases last year, 4 went into the lower catchment, the other 16 went into the upper catchment. So, and of the 4 that were in the lower reaches, those tuna now have free access back to the sea when their time comes. So, yeah.
Question for Dan. Awesome idea of sharing the river's story. However, scientists use certain terms. Is it worth using annual exceedance probability instead of 1 in 500 year or 1 in 100 year sort of things?
I think annual exceedance probability is getting closer to what communities would work with, but still would leave many people perplexed and kind of scratching their heads. Drawing from Edina's experiments, what would our people say? What would the community say? And just being honest and just saying, how often do these things occur? When I speak to them about, this is how this was calculated. You look at how much rain fell in the past year, in the past 10 years, in the past whatever, and then you model how much you'd expect to get on a certain day. And so it's just around demystifying what it all came from, and then they can come up and tell us what they think it is.
One more.
One more.
Will the review of the vision and strategy, Te Ture Whai Mana, potentially provide more explicit requirements to ensure the bar is raised and we avoid future 10 plus year processes?
I'll put my hand up for that. So currently going through the review, the most comprehensive review of Te Ture Whaimana and the 13 objectives that Irina and Stu spoke about. We've only just completed phases 1 and 2 that have identified some of the spaces that we need to strengthen. And our goal has generally been, and the expectation from iwi and the communities, is that whatever is happening at a national level, we're pushing it by at least 10%. Whether that's, and so we're always striving to set a new platform. So I would say that's the expectation. Yeah. Ka pai, I wasn't. That's why there was one more question, because it was for me. So we're going to do our presentations to our speakers up here. If I can ask Irina and Dan to go through first, and then Brad at the end. One of the most important things about our settlement that we heard from a lot of people was that it had our kupu in it. Because it wasn't written for the government, it was written for us. So we used our words. And it was really neat that we get to use that. So we have te mana o te awa, the country has te mana o te wai. And so we used our type of kupu. And it makes a better relationship for our whānau to see themselves in that. Just going to ask now Timothy Manuko, a wāhi pāboi, or a paru pākid as they call them. Grew up at Wāhi, he's like third generation, gathers all the tuna for all the whānau in the Paukai. He's just sent us a picture about 3 at the Wāhi Paukai that his kids were then gathering their tuna with his father. And he was environmental manager for a tribe, a mentor of mine for many, many years. And now he is the Senior Research Fellow and Mātauranga Co-Director for the Environmental Research Institute at the University of Waikato. The University of Waikato are major sponsors of the River Symposium. So, kia ora.
The good boomerangs and shields and things out of, so it's a beautiful bit of wood. And yeah, I've just burnt in my story here. And so I suppose I wanted to just stay with the people. And I'm just all about it. Oh, it was an emu feather.
Ah, it's in there. Ka pai. All right, whānau, as they're getting their photo ready. Later today, we do want to have a group photo, and I think we're aiming to do that at lunchtime. We'll do that outside the whare. So just before we allow you to eat, we'll your ticket is their photo. So we have morning tea now. We had scheduled to come back at 11:15. We'll call you at 11:15 and we'll try and get back in here by 11:20. Kia ora.
slideshow, some of the pictures that were taken yesterday, and I'd just like to acknowledge our photographer, Peter Jury, for your mahi ngā mihi e oha. So you'll see him floating around taking pictures as well, so hopefully you brushed your teeth this morning and ready for your Colgate smile for our proceedings. And also to Steve Fisher, who has got the camera over here. No, it's not for the evening news, and hopefully not for Crime Watch either, so get my side profile. Just as we're waiting to get started, I just want to once again acknowledge all our efforts for the restoration of the health and well-being of our waterways. And for those of you who are new to this area, behind the chambers you'll see the hills there. They're called the Hakiri Mata. And the Hakiri Mata gets its name from structures that were built back in the day, and that's how Ngaruawahia got its name also. But the structures that were built were triangular in its formation, and the mata were the mats or the face of these structures where we hung our food. And of course the hills was where we gathered all our birds, and the awa is where we scored our fish, our trout, our whitebait, our tuna, and they will be hung up on those structures. And hakari being to feed, and the mata being the mats or the face of those structures, and that's how Hakiri Mata got its name. Our historical narratives also says that the Hakiri Mata are the children of Taupiri, who married who we know now as Pirongia. Pai whenua iai ki ngā kōrero I homai ki au from Dr. Tom Roa was the name previously given to Pirongia before Kahupeka Tano Hikoi across that mountain range. He was the tāne who sought her hand in marriage. Now Taupiri used to live in the Central Plateau alongside her brother Tongariro, and it was Pirongia who travelled across to the Central Plateau to ask for her hand in marriage. And Tongariro gifted Taupiri, or gave his blessing, should I say, for Taupiri to marry Pirongia. However, due to some male genealogy, somebody started sliding into Pirongia's DMs, and he played up. And so he got caught, and she left, and she currently resides where she is now. And as they do, the woman took the children with her, and Hakiri Mata sit on the behind here, and Taupiri just down the line. So a little bit of historical narrative for you, the condensed version. Just thought I'll throw some dry jokes in there. I had a dream the other night of an orange ocean. Safe to say it was a fantasy. And they reckon the kitchen sink is a lot cleaner than the toilet bowl. But there's two reasons why you don't drink from the toilet bowl. Number one and number two. Okay, all right, that's enough for me. We'll get into our next kai kōrero ne. All right. Ka pai, and just to our kai kōrero as well, when you come up and do your presentation, we'll ask that you get them up now. Oh, so if we can get our three presenters to come up now and just sit on the seats over here and wait for me to intro you and to come and have your kōrero, ka pai. Right. Our next speaker is a senior environmental scientist at the United States Environmental Protection Agency. His research centers on the condition assessment of streams and rivers, and has a special interest in the development of tools that enhance basin-scale management of watersheds. From the US Environmental Protection Agency, nau mai, haere mai ki Aotearoa, and nau mai hara mai ki Waikato, Dr. Joseph Floatermush? That's all right. Okay, come on.
I'll start my timer. So first I'd like to thank all the tribes of the Waikato for hosting this and allowing me to be here. It is indeed a great honor, and I greatly appreciate it. I'd also like to thank Tim, Charles, Dennis, Siobhan, and Joshua for their help in facilitating all the details of making it here. There was a lot. There were some ups and downs. The trip was on, and off with our budget changes, but then back on. So I made it. Very thankful for that. A little bit about me. The last name, Flodemersch, is actually Germanic. Not hard to see that. But the flow part has to do with flowing waters, and the Mersch part has to do with marshes. So the way it was explained to me by Christian, who's a friend of ours, Christian Walter in Germany, is that my bloodline comes from people of the marshes on the flowing waters. And I didn't know that till I was way down this path of working on rivers for my career. I'm from the state of Kentucky in the States, and I'm guessing most of y'all have heard of Kentucky. Is that true? Okay, now, is anyone brave enough to say what they know about Kentucky? Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? So, I'm very proud that the one thing that people know about where I'm from around the world is a fast food. It's great. So I'd like to share something else with you about the state of Kentucky. It's actually pronounced Kentucky, and it comes from Native Americans. And if you ever look at a map of where all the tribes are in the country, there's hundreds of tribes, but there's nothing in Kentucky. A few spots, but nothing that was really claimed in Kentucky. And it's because it was referred to as the happy hunting grounds, and there was an agreement among tribes not to claim it because it was a shared resource. And I think that's a good theme to carry into this presentation. Like he said, I work for US EPA, I work in the Office of Research and Development, and my major responsibility right now in the role that I have, is to work on national scale issues that center on condition assessment. So what's the condition of this resource, that resource? How do we create greater pictures? I've done a lot of research on bioassessment and monitoring, and I think some of it was really good, but it didn't change anything. It was good science, it didn't get the message across. It's hard to go to a politician in DC and say, but there's fewer chironomids or there's more chironomids. It means nothing to them. And there's also, in the country, we have a lot of variability. We have mountains, we have plains, we have deserts. And to convey biological information across this variability is difficult. And last, to convey it to a broad audience, whether it be a politician or children in a school, how do we convey the same set of data to this audience? And how to where they actually go, oh, I get it. And that's what this presentation today is about, is how do we collect information efficiently, rapidly, in a timely fashion, yet be able to explain it to a diverse audience. And when I'm talking to students that are making presentations, they go, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. I say, go home, and if you can explain it to your mom, you can explain it to a politician, because they have about the same level of understanding. So use the mom, it's powerful. Okay, I'm not advancing. How about if I use arrows? So I want to start off with a couple definitions real quick. I didn't do it either. There we go. Start off with a couple definitions of how we're using the terms. We've used the term watershed, catchment, and basin a lot differently. I just want to be sure that for this presentation, you understand how I'm using them. In general, a watershed is a spatially explicit landscape that is definable, and it contains a range of interacting physical, ecological, and social attributes. And those things considered collectively makes it a social ecological system. There's an ecological element and a social element that are both influencing each other. And this social ecological system provides a range of ecosystem services valued by society. And that's why we impair these systems, or why we interact with them. We're getting something from them. Unfortunately, a lot of what they get from us is not in their best interest. So the ability to provide these services depends on the degree to which they're impaired by human-related activities. I think we've had several presentations that's demonstrated that. We all get it. We don't need to beat a dead horse. But what's different is although we have, and I was thinking about Martin when I was making this slide. I say at the top, the watersheds are longitudinally connected systems. Things flow downhill. But in river ecology, we think about them more as networks. But to go into an audience and explain what a network system is as opposed to water running downhill can be difficult. So sometimes we have to back down on the science to make the connection. The problem with longitudinally connected systems is that most of our policy and most of our governance is hierarchical. So we have a misalignment of the system designs. And one of the biggest ways I've seen that works for me to communicate is to remove some of these boundaries. So what I've termed that, and what we are working with, is efficient. How do we have efficient basin scale management? It requires efficient trans-scale communication management. And by trans-scale, I mean trans-scale in education, trans-scale between someone's yard, their farm, the community, the state, the nation. How do we bridge that? So trans-scale communication, as I've defined it, is communication that facilitates understanding, thinking, collaborative management across political, geographic, cultural, and conceptual boundaries. And all of those have little differences to different people, but it's really reaching different audiences with the same data. I can show kids in a school information and take that same data set and explain it to a politician at a different scale. So as an example, I'm not advocating the index of watershed integrity. I love it. I've spent years working on it, but it's just an example of this concept. The index of watershed integrity is based on the definition that watershed integrity is the capacity of a watershed to support and maintain the full range of ecological processes and services provided to society. That hits everybody. It hits everybody who cares about bugs, fish, the habitat, the water that they want to go kayaking in, but it also speaks to the things that we get, whether it be cultural, spiritual, or resources from the river. The index itself ranges from 0 to 1, with 1 representing a watershed that is absent of impact. So right there, you standardize across the entire country. If there's no anthropogenic activities or impacts, it gets a 1, whether it's in a desert or in the mountains. If it's heavily impacted, it's a 0. You don't have to account for anything else. And what we did is we identified key functions of unimpaired watersheds. What functions do watersheds have, and do they have to have in order to function properly and provide the services that we desire from them? And last, we map and model risk factors shown to interfere with and degrade key functions. So what's different about this, we're not looking at going out actually measuring the physical habitat. We're not measuring the bugs. We're measuring things that we know impact those. And that seems like it's a little bit hard of a concept to grasp a hold of. And this is another key thing that I think is important for communicating across scales of people, is the use of analogies. And I'll show you how I use an analogy here. I see the index of watershed integrity very similar to human health. We have in the center, we have the river, but we also have all these different systems that contribute to the well-being of the body. And if we look specifically at the circulatory system, when you go to the doctor and he says, oh, your blood pressure's up, you ask about how much do you exercise, how's your weight, family history. Does your dad have heart problems? Does your mom have heart problems? And what do you eat? Are you eating at McDonald's or KFC? Or are you fixing your own fruits and vegetables at home? So these are risk factors that science, a lot of the science that we do, we know the relationship. We already know it. We don't have, if we know that we're eating bad, we're not exercising, all these things, we know we're probably not going to feel very good, and we're not going to be good. In the same way, if we look at watershed integrity, a group of us identified a list of functions that are inherent to rivers. Hydrologic regulation, sediment regulation, which we heard a lot about yesterday. Temperature regulation, no trees, the water heats up, that temperature carries downstream. Regulation of water chemistry, hydrologic connectivity, are the rivers still connected to their wetlands? And habitat provisioning. So if we look just at habitat provisioning, I'm going to focus in on that one because it's one of the simpler functions. In the same way we had functions for the circulatory system or risk factors, if we look at physical activity, obesity, family history, and diet, what would be the risk factors for physical habitat? And this model looks very complicated, but I'm going to simplify it real quick. We have a model, and if we look simply at habitat provisioning, and then we look at the typical alterations that impact these systems, it's things like changes in the habitat, degradation of the habitat that's there, fragmentation, and just absolute loss. So if we look at what human activities that impact those, what cause those, it's impervious services, where we've reduced the habitat itself, agricultural activities, repairing habitat condition, and the removal of repairing habitat, dams, we've talked about how that affected the tuna, and streams and road crossings. These are things that we know if we have those in the watershed, They're risk factors for degrading the habitat. And we went through and we created a list for all the 6 functions of things that we know from science that we've spent years and years studying with graduate students studying, that these things affect it. And one of the things I want to point out here is before we did this, we didn't look at the availability of the data. The ones that are dark are things that turned out to be things that we had national scale coverages of. The things that are light gray, those are things that we think would be ideal to have, but we don't, which we call graduate student activities. So these are things we came up with. We've done this in other parts of the world, and we use whatever data they have. So it's like you have to have this data. It's like, what do you got? What can we use it for? What are the risk factors in your land? And then we use that to create the index value. If we look at habitat, we see the surface area of the reservoirs. If we create dams and we have big reservoirs, that's negative to the well-being of the watershed. It may provide some services, but as far as overall watershed integrity, it's a negative. And we have some other ones here, and you also see across the top, surface area of the reservoir is in all these categories. So something is not in just one category. It can affect multiple systems, just like eating bad can affect a lot of your different systems. So this simple slide, but for good purpose, analogy number 2. We have a catchment. We heard a lot of people use the term catchment yesterday. This could be someone's farm. It's a scale that a farmer, a landowner, a park, a government might understand. If we look at that one little section of river, a lot of people refer to that as a stream reach. It's like, what's this? Here's the stream that runs through this piece of property. When I'm talking to children, I often refer to that and use the analogy of it being like a person. That person is influenced by what's on the left and right of it. It's influenced by its nearby community, its surroundings. But it's also influenced by what came before it, and where did it come from, what is coming to it. So it's not just, if we just simply look at the catchment, we get part of the story. If we know about what came before, we know more about it, and we know how, if something's wrong with that catchment, if the upstream watershed is there to support it, like a family. And we also know that all these things run downhill and affect everything past that. So I showed you a catchment and a watershed, but for different scales of governments, we have different watersheds. In this picture, we have the Missouri Basin. That's a watershed for a particular question. The Ohio River Basin, another watershed. That happens to be where I live, in the Ohio River Basin. This is also a watershed, but these, for a particular question, may be the watershed, and the poor point at the bottom is the catchment. So, 2.7 million catchments in the United States. That's the index of watershed. We figured out how to do it for one catchment, and we could do it for the whole country, as long as the coverage is available. So I can take this to a politician. He goes, what are the big problems? We summed up all these functions, we get a number for the whole country. He goes, what about my state? So we can zoom in on his state. Or he goes, well, I'm on this committee. Because we had these indices were generated by these different risk factors, we can break apart and just look at one function and say, what are the big problems in the United States? You can see, or where are they? We can see it, we can break it apart. Again, I'll go back to this diagram. We have the reach, the catchment, and the watershed, and I showed you how we calculate the index of watershed integrity. We take the catchment and everything above it, and it tells us about that health of that watershed from that catchment up. We can also just look at the catchment health, the individual, and that's called the index of catchment integrity. So the ICI, the index of watershed integrity, looks at that person. You're talking to just that person. And when you look at the watershed is the person in the community. The index of catchment is just the person. And I'll throw a couple more examples up, and I've got 30 seconds. Geez. This is the index of watershed integrity we did for the Matsu Basin in Alaska. We did the ICI and the index of watershed integrity. As you would imagine, most of this basin scores very good, but we can zoom in on the area of problem. And we see that the major problems, big surprise, sediment, and also temperature and habitat provision. And we then worked with the local organizations to focus on those things. And we could also focus on what activities would have the biggest impact. If you fix a catchment at the very bottom of the basin, it affects that basin. I mean, it affects that catchment only. If you change something at the top, it comes downhill. It has to start at the top. So again, index of catchment integrity, index of watershed integrity, two different measurements. You know, how can we use those together? This example is from the Pacific Northwest, Washington, Oregon area. So, like I said, we can have a catchment that's in poor shape. If everything above it is in bad shape, you can do all the restoration you want. It's still going to be impaired. If the watershed above it is in good condition, then your restoration efforts at that catchment are likely going to take hold. So in this study, they had a whole suite of a couple hundred sites. We looked at the index of watershed integrity, the index of catchment integrity. The upper right-hand corner, where the ICI and the IWI are good, those are great sites to protect. If you look at this, what sites would be the best ones to restore? It'd be the ones that had low ICI and a high index of watershed integrity, because that community above that catchment was there to support that restoration. And then you have the other two categories, which are different management strategies. So the take-home messages are the people you're communicating with often have a perspective that matches their area of responsibility. It's just like when you have a company that wants to buy a hunk of land and somebody says, but my family's been on this land for 3 generations. They go, but look how good it is for the whole state or the whole country. Be aware that people have different areas of concern and different perspectives. Your perception, as a scientist, may be bound by the issue or bound in a similar way as theirs. Other perception of an issue may not be transcale or transboundary. They may be bound by something totally different than what science uses. And last, transcale communications help all involved perceive the issue and an actual scale of the issue in a way that helps the collective conceive and develop realistic solutions. And I think we've heard that repeatedly through talks. And I'll close with one last slide, which I don't know why, but it resonates with people. Sure glad the hole is not in my end of the boat. When it comes to a watershed, we're all in the same boat. And we have to communicate, we have to talk, or you know what happens in this picture. And I appreciate the opportunity again to speak, and that's all I have.
Tēnā koe. Well, thank you for your presentation. And one thing that amazes me about America, and I'm going right left of centre here, is why do aliens only go to America? Like every movie that I see, the aliens always turn up to America for some reason. I don't know why. It's like when I watch movies about haunted houses and you fellas run upstairs. It's like we're sitting there at home going, cuss, don't go upstairs. There's no way getting out of there. Okay, stay out. When we go to a haunted house, if it's haunted, there's two things that we do. Either we move, we get out of there, or we call a tohunga to come and do a karakia. So you can take some learnings from that when you go back and talk to your friends. Also, a lot of people don't know this, but we were the first to discover America before Christopher Columbus. That's how we got over there, got the kumara, and then we brought it back. And we probably met some aliens who were over there. That's why we didn't stay there. It was like, nope, get the hide out. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Our next speaker is the director and a professor in the Australian Rivers Institute, Griffith University, Brisbane. He was previously, back in 2002 and 2017, in Sciences at the University of Waikato. We held the inaugural Bay of Plenty Regional Council Chair in Lake Restoration. He has published more than 300 papers on various topics ranging from lake management, catchment science, sensor monitoring, and environmental modelling. Homai te paki from the Australian Rivers Institute, David Hamilton.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I thought about the 300 papers and it gave me something to think about, because there were probably a few trees, at least in the early days, that were cut down for those 300 papers. And I think of someone like Shannon Tahuia and 700,000 trees. Wow, that is something. So I'd also like to thank, and I don't think I've got everybody here, but it was Charles, Sherman, and Tim, and I know that I've missed one, not sure who it was, but anyway, thank you to all of you, kia ora, for bringing us together. It's been an amazing experience coming back from 6 or 7 years ago. Ko David Hamilton, toko ingoa, ko whanua paki toko moanga, ko kai karai, Te Awa, Hi o tako hi. Can I acknowledge the iwi of the headwaters from Tuparitoa, Te Aroa, Rokawa, Ngāti Maniapoto, Waikato, Tainui, and in fact all river iwi. It's my privilege to be here. Thank you. I actually live and work in Brisbane now. It's the home of the Turrbal people of Meanjin. It sounds like terrible. It's terrible. We have a slight change of accent on that terrible. And the Turrbal people of Meanjin and Brisbane, they were the first First Nations people of that area for many thousands of years until the 1860s. The 1860s, they were down to 50 people. They headed to the Sunshine Coast. They rode out the storm, and then they came back to the river after that. And it's quite a story, and one that even a lot of people in Brisbane, Meanjin, don't actually know about. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge their elders, past and present, and extend that to all Aboriginal and indeed all Indigenous peoples. What I'm going to be talking about today is a project that we've been working on. You just heard the word catchment, so I'm not going to repeat that, and I'm going to really fly through things pretty fast. And this was something that we've been working on in the catchment in just out of Brisbane, and this one actually drains into some of our drinking water, and it's a very productive catchment. It produces about 30% of the vegetables that are actually consumed in Brisbane. It's called the Laidley catchment, and you can see just after all the people got their diggers out to straighten the river after the floods in 2011. And actually, just while I remember, and just before I head on to the next slide, I just wanted to say one thing that's just been nagging me a little bit, and that is the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. You've all heard about it. And I've heard some stories that things that it might be pulled down or it might be different. I spent a lot of time on that personally. It's not perfect, but it does include a lot of good elements to it. It's one of the first structures that was able to deal with diffuse pollution. It includes Te Maneo Tiwai. Please don't change it, or at least make it better. You people are demonstrating a wave of global restoration, but in fact I reckon you're a long way ahead. The wave here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is quite a long way ahead of many other parts of the world. You are going to be the exemplars. And I've had a lot of colleagues around the world actually talking about the Whanganui, the personhood status there. You know, all things may not work, but most things will. And keep it up. That's all I can say. So as I said, I'm going to fly through this. We're really concerned about some of the things that are going on. The slide in the middle bottom is Moreton Bay. That's a Ramsar international site of international significance. There are dugongs out there. The whales come and migrate through it. And that's what it looked like after the 2022 floods, just in the nearshore region. Pretty obvious that what happens upstream also occurs downstream. That 2022 flood trapped me for 5 days, and obviously I couldn't get back to Brisbane. But more importantly, there are long-term repercussions of this, and when you see this sort of thing happening and this is quite a long way up the catchment. This was the event which in that catchment took about 200,000 tonnes of sediment out and into the coastal region. And if I just flick back to some of the people or some of the organisations that supported this, you'd have to ask, why would the Port of Brisbane support a project like ours? Well, it's because every time there's a flood, there's a massive amount of sediment and they have to dredge the port. Pretty obvious. Why did the wastewater treatment plant operators support us? Also because they were up against the limits of how much more treatment they can do, and they look up into the catchment and say, well, I think we might be able to do something up in the catchment. And they're talking about $1 million per kilometre for the restoration, but that's what they invested to do about 3 kilometres of really intensive restoration. And when it works, Those massive floods actually protected some of the farmland that you can see here. Really amazing. They've really got it down to a T in some of these areas about how they're able to build resilient restoration programs. So we understand the problem well. The problem is obviously that the sediment erosion, the nutrients it brings down. Catchments in poor condition are not resilient. They won't withstand the ravages of climate change that are going to occur into the future. So we decided to build a tool that would be able to assist. And it's not to assist the people that are already doing things, it's to assist to get that overview and say, okay, if you're going to invest some more, where are the best places to put it? We need targeted investment. And this is one of the catchments in the southeast Queensland region, the Logan Albert. The red areas are where the erosion occurs. The yellow areas were where most of the restoration programs occurred with willing farmers. So you can see those little yellow dots, and unfortunately they're not connected where most of the erosion is actually occurring in that catchment. So we want to be targeted, we want to get value for money. Slow the rate of flow, reduce erosion, trap and transform nutrients and other pollutants, improve catchment resilience. And there are 4 main target areas that we're looking at here. Riparian and riverbank rehabilitation. Riparian area is pretty obvious. Hill slope revegetation going right up into the headwaters. Gully remediation. You've all seen the photos over the past couple of days of gullies, and also being able to reconnect and create new wetlands. Key challenges. Which actions, whereabouts? Optimise the investment for multiple outcomes. Multiple outcomes being the nutrients, the sediment, the biodiversity. You even get carbon credits when you do this, and you'd like to be able to put those together into a bundle and say it's a pretty good outcome. Reduce the flood impact, improve water quality, improve stream health, carbon sequestration. So we were working on developing up something that could interface with more widely with the community. Here's the catchment that we tested. Upper part is like a sponge in a way, and not in great condition, but sort of okay condition. A lot that could still be done up there to be able to reduce but here you see as you go further down, the stream banks, the lack of riparian vegetation, it just can't deal with the flow velocities that are occurring. You're losing massive amounts of farmland, productive farmland that's occurring along the stream banks. Whether or not it should be there in the first place is arguable, but it is what it is, and without that riparian vegetation to about 60% coverage, then you're really going to be struggling to deal with some of the erosion that's occurring through the stream. And of course, as it goes further downstream, the velocities increase, the potential for human impacts in terms of the storm that then starts to inundate urban areas further downstream. And I just wanted to go a little bit further, maybe. Oh, yeah, it's nearly there. Oops, sorry. Oh, we'll leave it there. But I wanted to show you all the flattened trees that were down in the bottom of the catchment where the velocities did increase. So we thought we'd design something, and all right, looks pretty complicated, but basically it takes a lot of the data that's already there with the regional councils, with many local and regional councils. It's what we'd call geospatial data, and that geospatial data is basically information on the slope, the soil type, the vegetation, and so on. You feed it into this model. As I said, models, just like policies, are not perfect, but they're there to help you and assist you with the decision making. The model's pretty standard, but it does use what we call an optimization process. That optimization involved, I was thinking about it actually as I was thinking about the talk last night in bed, 1 million trillion possible solutions where you can go up into that catchment and implement your actions. And we narrow those down to just a few thousand. The beauty of a few thousand actually is some people may not like a particular solution or a particular strategy you put in front of them, but they might choose another that's actually quite good. One might minimise cost, one might minimise the nitrogen, and it's what we call multi-objective simulated annealing. And so don't worry about the complexities. The essence of it is it's trying to use our best biophysical knowledge to be able to complement the other knowledge streams that we might have to design solutions. And this part you'll be able to relate to. For example, if you take your go to the garage and there'll be a guy there that says, I can do it fast and cheap, but you know it ain't any good. And then there'll be someone else that will say, I'll build you a house and it's going to cost you, like Grand Designs New Zealand, it's going to cost you a lot of money and it's going to be slow, but one thing, it's going to be good. So you can't get them all, usually. And somewhere you're looking at a spectrum of different solutions. That's what we're basically designing. So, just to give you an example, we looked at a couple of things, designing what are the trade-offs. There's always trade-offs, and we looked at that between the implementation costs and the opportunity costs. We looked at what would happen if you had $20 million to put into the catchment. Where would be the best places to be able to implement that? So as I mentioned, we put that into, we used all this geospatial information that you've been seeing over the last few days, ground cover, rainfall, slope, etc. And we design a set of solutions using that model. And as I said, there's no one solution. There are multiple different solutions. And so that catchment, represented by the whole yellow part, what we're showing is the sub-catchments, often at about farm scale, where you need to implement actions. And so some of those will be, okay, $20 million, what are we going to do? Some of them will be geared around best sort of value for money. Some of them will be focusing on nitrogen. Some of them will be focusing on sediment. And so all those pixels there are where, the blue spots are where you've got different potential actions. There's just another example, and again it's about this restoration based around trade-offs to inform decision making. And we put in a dashboard to basically be able to help people jump between those options pretty quickly. So remember the billion, trillion different options. Well, this is narrowing down to now 13,000 of the so-called optimised solutions. And you can see the dark areas that where 100% of the time you need to go in and address that particular area, whether it's riverbank restoration, hill slope restoration or gully restoration. Those dark areas are where, and wetland establishment, those dark areas are where it has to happen to be able to optimise or reduce the amount of sediment, the amount of nitrogen, and where you can do it at best cost. This is a little bit different from just targeting the area. It's actually saying, what's the best value for money where you can do it? We worked with the computer gaming people, and we put these as scenarios so that you can put on the goggles. This is an area of a gully, and this is what it looks like in 25 years' time. If you've revegetated it. So you can zoom in it and walk the catchment if you like, walk the whole catchment if you didn't get car sick. And I'm serious there because some people can only put these on for about two minutes and then they're gone. And we choose different scenarios. Okay, so again, you can zoom out, you can zoom in, you can look at those potential different options using this gaming software to be able to assist you. And it's a little bit like flying with Google, except in this case you've got control to be able to zoom in and out. It was an expensive process working with the gamers. Taught us a bit, but yeah, it was good fun in the end. So acknowledgements, these are some of the people I work with, and yeah, I'll look forward to any questions later on. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, David. See whānau, that's why I bought that PlayStation. When I got my my scholarship, I was ahead of my time, whānau. Yep, that's why I got me a PlayStation when I got my education scholarship, because I knew that one day gaming will be part of the industry. Ka pai. 13,000 and trillion ideas, that's awesome. And you know, I'll just pick up your point as well. If you can explain it to your mother, then I can't explain anything to my mother. I don't know if it's probably me, but it's like I'm an in-and-out guy, right? I'm an in-and-out guy when it goes to shopping. But when I'm with my mother, far out, we go to Countdown. Like, I know what I'm going to get. The food are in the same aisle every time you go in there. But for some reason, we go all the way around, back and forward, and all the way just to get to that same spot again and get that same food. It's like going to McDonald's sometimes with my mum. We'll be in the drive-through. There'll be like 5 cars ahead of us. We get to the thing. It's like, can I take your order, sir? I said, yeah, Mum, what you want? She's like, She's looking at the menu. I'm going, it's the same menu as yesterday. Oh, I tell you, man. My sister's the same too. She takes after her mother. Anyway. Okay, all right. Moving on to our last speaker, I tēnei o ngā ahiahi. Now, he is a professor of river science and the chair of the physical geography at the University of New England, Australia. As an interdisciplinary river scientist, he applies cutting-edge research and thinking to further our understanding and management of riverine landscapes as social ecological systems. He is regional editor for the international journal River Research and Applications. Homai te Pakipaki from the University of New England, and welcome to the stage, Martin Thomas. Ngami.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and also I'd like to echo my thanks to Charlie and Dave, particularly Siobhan. You're a lovely individual for putting up with me, and I really do hope that those caramel koalas were a payback for all the work that you did for us getting us here. I don't know where to start, because we had a great session yesterday and we had a great load of talks this morning, and I'm going, how am I going to follow that? And Dan Hukakura says, just be like a bike rider. You're hiding in the strip sling and you're riding, and then you're slingshot in front. And my poor little legs are riding like buggery at the moment, and I'm out the back of the pack, mate. I'm all on my own. There's no bloody slingshots here. But in all seriousness, my name is Martin Thoms. I'm from the University of New England. And it's custom in Australia to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we sit. And I pay my respects to elders, both past, present and emerging. And thank you very much for having me in this magnificent room. So then comes to the difficult part. I actually asked Dennis, what do you want me to say? And he goes, I'm going to talk about your research and stuff like, or tell you something about you're really interested in. Don't let this Australian accent, mate, fool you. I'm from South Canterbury. I still wear a bloody All Blacks scarf. Every 3 weeks I get asked in Australia, are you a New Zealander or something? And I go, is that an option? Sorry, I'm an alien, yeah. I do work in the US. So, yes, so what am I meant to talk about? So, you know, let me see if this works. This is some of the territory that I work in. I work in Central Australia on some of the big, large river systems out there. And this is the largest creek in the world. This is Cooper Creek. And it has a catchment area of nearly 1 million square kilometres. That's a big bloody creek, okay? Unfortunately, I'm not going to talk about this this afternoon. I'm going to talk about something else. So what I thought I'd do is give you, not baffle you with some science, I'm going to give you a series of points to think about and ponder, because who am I to tell you how you're doing with restoration? Because it's pretty obvious that you're doing a bloody good job. So what I would like to do in the next 15 or 20 minutes is just say, hey, have you ever thought about this? Or have you ever thought about that? It might be useful. So the first thing, it's pretty obvious, large rivers are not just simply large streams. Pretty obvious, but interesting thing is that when I go around the world, a lot of river management of large rivers still treat them as large streams. There is an issue, and that is scale is important. Hey, if I was going to pop up against Nipololala, me, okay, he's got scale on his side, okay? It's not just the weight, but also the bigger you are, okay, in ecosystems, the more complexity you get. The more complex you have, that is, the more bits and pieces of different things. This is a complex environment. When I look around at all the iwi names on here, this is really complex. And I'm really wondering, how the hell do you manage that? Because complexity, as you know, okay, you think it's difficult dealing with a lot of people. You try dealing with big, large rivers. It's complex. That has implications for what I call cause and effect, okay? What actually causes our river to erode, and David gave us some magnificent slides on there, and the other one is how do we actually attribute that cause, okay, to what's happening. Is it natural? Because rivers change and change naturally. Huh? Okay, so we've got to look at cause and effect. So size does matter. The second thing I want to look at is that we're talking about large river ecosystems in the Anthropocene. What the hell was that? Okay, the Anthropocene is now the new epoch where humans dominate the environment, dominate processes, they dominate structures, interactions. And so how do you actually look at that? Okay, I'm going to introduce the thing called resilience. David talked about it, and a lot of people throw this word around, resilience. Let's unpack that. Let's see how we can actually use it. And because if you think about resilience and use resilience thinking, what resilience thinking says that we can't restore back. Sorry, bro, you can't go back to where you were. You've got to start thinking about where you want to be, not going back. So that has implications then for how we study large river ecosystems and how we manage them, but also how we monitor what we do with them. Okay, so let's take the first one. And this is just a bit of a geography lesson, and that is large rivers are not large streams. And the traditional model of river ecosystems suggests that they start at the headwaters and they go down to the sea, yeah. But as they do, they change and change in a very predictable way. Okay, they are what we call clinal systems. And so they're very predictable. Okay, but a lot of our work would suggest they're not. If you increase scale, and what I've got here, okay, I'll fall over the chairs, is this is the catchment of the Murray-Darling system in Australia. It has a catchment area or a watershed or a basin of over 1 million square kilometres. Those lines I've got up there are the river network. The rivers, the channels, the streams in the Murray-Darling at a particular scale. The different colours represent what I call different functional process zones. There are different types of rivers. And if you look at the pattern of those colours, They don't change in an orderly manner as you go from the headwaters all the way down to the sea. Some of them repeat themselves. Some of them are really rare. Some of them are quite common. So what we actually have is a series of functional process zones, and the organisation of those functional process zones, some might say, oh, it's a bit like, you know, a mad dog's breakfast, really. They represent a mosaic. It's quite spatially complex, okay? Now, each functional process zone has its own set of unique features. We can derive this by a whole set of really neat GIS tools using all the spatial data that you have available. They're quite easily to look at, and we've been looking at these things for quite some time. The interesting thing is that, each FPZ, or functional process zone, has, it's distinct. They are, because I love stats, they are statistically different in terms of their physical character, that is, the assemblages of habitat. They're also different in terms of biota, fish, bugs, and what have you. Also riparian vegetation, ecosystem function. I like playing around with food webs, that is, who eats what and where. Okay, they're also different in terms of ecosystem services, and Joe's been talking about that in some of his talk. But the other thing is they're also different in terms of what I call their response trajectory. So if you disturb somebody, their pattern after being disturbed is what I call a response trajectory. You know, everybody, when they've had a good old welly in the pub at night, they wander back to their car differently. That is a response trajectory. Okay, you disturb and, oh, here we go. Some fall over, some waddle, some walk backwards, some hold the wall. Okay, restoration is a disturbance. I have not put a value on disturbance, but restoration, by doing an active participation of changing the river, where it be the riparian zone or the river channel or what have you, by planting trees, is a disturbance. So the way each FPZ responds to a disturbance or responds to restoration will differ. Okay, let me give you some examples. Okay, here is, I know this is a little bit busy, but let me take you through it. These are 4 functional process zones along the Barker River where Brad Modbridge resides. The blue columns are what we call channel heterogeneity. That is the complexity of habitats. The greater the number, the more types of habitats that are there, the more complex that are there. The more habitats, the more biota are going to be there. Okay? The more bits that you have, the more resilient you are. Okay. The green line, okay, green bar, is what we call the trophic space. And this is the niche, the trophic niche space. The niche space is essentially where organisms do their stuff. We all have a niche. Some of them are smaller than others. Some of them it's just one bar stool in a pub. Others, they go right round the whole public room. Okay, so the larger the niche space, okay, the more able you are to absorb a disturbance. So the green is the natural. Interesting thing is that if you look at the height of the green and compare it to the height of the blue, there seems to be a relationship between the heterogeneity of I'm a scientist, so I'm allowed to use my language. I've been listening to a lot of interesting words over the last couple of days. Just bear with me with heterogeneity, eh? Bro. Okay? So what we actually see is a very good association between the assemblages of habitats, the heterogeneity, and the trophic niche space. The more resilient food webs, the functioning, are associated with high heterogeneity. Then in the Barker, what we did was we built a lot of large dams. We sucked a lot of water out, okay? We say that the Barker is dying by the death of 1,000 sucks, okay? So the brown line, the dark brown line, okay, is the niche space after water development. After we built dams, we put in over 1,000 pumps, dragged the water out, changed the hydrology quite dramatically. And what we actually see is that there is a reduction, you can all see a reduction in the trophic niche space because of the disturbance of water development. The baby poo brown, okay, is the niche space after 20 years of river restoration. That restoration is in terms of water buybacks, conscious allocating water to the environment. You would have thought, oh, the river would have bounced back, eh? No, it did not. It cost a lot of money invested in buying water, okay? Because they think water is the only thing that's important. But we didn't. But in one occasion, we had a little bounce back up here, but that's associated with that functional process zone that had high heterogeneity. Okay? So there is a relationship there. The next slide, I actually threw in for Brad Modridge, my countryman, but he's not here, the bugger. Okay, so here is the functional process zones for 10 catchments in the Kimberley in northwest Australia. This is quite a pristine part of Australia. The reason why I put this one up is because the cultural heritage values vary between the functional process zones. We've been working with Aboriginal rangers in this part of the country, and what we actually see is that Aborigines use different functional process zones for different activities, different resources. And also, we've worked with some archaeologists, and the way that the Aboriginals entered Australia was actually through these river systems. We can actually trace their journey. The interesting thing is they actually went up some rivers with some functional process zones and not others. Why? Because some of those functional process zones were incredibly resource rich. Okay, let's go back to the Murray-Darling. If you look at this river network with all these functional process zones, okay, what we see is that we've got 4 abundant. If you look at the network as a whole, we've essentially got 4 very, very abundant FPZs, 1, 3, 4, and 9, okay? But then we've got a bunch of rare ones. Now remember, each FPZ has a different set of biota, heritage issues, the ability to bounce back. Okay, these are rare. Let me just stop for a minute. Richie McCaw was a very rare person. What happens if we ignored that rareness? We wouldn't have won 2 World Cups, okay? We'll be sitting in the doldrums and we'll be calling for Eddie Jones to come and coach us. No, I don't. Okay? So the thing here that I'm getting at, and I guess I'm echoing Joe and David, is that scale matters. We can't just look at our own little bit of riverbank. We need to know where our own little riverbank is within the network of the streams and channels in the catchment. Really important. We've got to make a decision. Do we actually tackle the rare ones or not? Some of the really neat work that's been doing with the sediment transport stuff and Dave's captured resilient stuff. Here is another way of actually prioritising where we invest money. Do we want to retain our Richie McCaws in that rareness of FPZs? Okay, I've got to move pretty quickly. So what are the implications? We're actually dealing with very complex landscapes. They're not uniform, They don't behave the way we thought they would do. Okay, we have a series of what I call patches, FPZs, and between the FPZs we have different connections, different connectivity. Okay, each FPZ is unique in terms of its set of influences and its sensitivities to disturbance, both climate change, but also the disturbance from us to restore something. Okay, so it will have a different response to disturbance. It's unique. So therefore, the outcomes, the indicators, what you monitor should vary between FPCs. I know you all like planting trees and grasses, and I applaud you for that, seriously. Let's get a little bit smart about where we put them, because they might not always work. You might have to do other things in other parts of the river, and they should be sympathetic with the river or the FPZ that you're dealing with. And this is where cultural issues then come involved. Okay. So you need to understand the entire riverine landscape mosaic, not just your little bit of patch. Okay, let's move on to my second point. Rivers in the Anthropocene. Oh, the Anthropocene is that new geological epoch where humans now dominate the environment. Okay, therefore, Anthropocene rivers are different to our natural cousins. Okay, they're novel, cuz. They are. They're novel. And when they're novel, they also behave differently too. We all behave differently on the whiskey to the beer. Yes. Okay, so this has implications. If we're dealing with something that's novel, this has implications for the way we study and the way we manage Anthropocene rivers. Okay, we can look at this, start to unpack it through the concept of resilience, the lens of resilience. Okay, we've heard a lot about it. Here is a traditional way of looking at resilience. It's called the ball and cup model. Okay, don't look at me, look at the stream. Watch the little ball. Watch the ball going from side to side. Listen to my voice and watch. We could sell 1 million here, bro. Okay, so what it means is that rivers are always dynamic. They are dynamic. They change. And when they're changing, they cross over things called thresholds. But there is these other special types of thresholds called tipping points. No, it's not when you fall over after on the bear, but I'll come back to that in a minute. And what drives these things are a whole bunch of variables. And we have different variables. They have fast variables. Water quality is a fast variable because water quality can change very quickly. But we also have what we call slow variables. Okay, in New Zealand, tectonic action, the rising of the land is a slow variable. Land use change is a slow variable. Climate change is a slow variable. Okay, FPZs have different special thresholds called tipping points. Okay, and they have different sets of slow and fast variables. What the hell is he getting on about? Let me illustrate in another way. Okay, so what we have in this thing here is what they call the natural regime, where the ball would go backwards and forwards, being dynamic, changing and what have you. The thing is, if you go over a hump and then into another regime, that hump is called a tipping point. Important thing to remember. If you cross a tipping point, you can't go back. If your river tips into a different state, you can't go back. Okay, and as a consequence, that new river has a different productivity. It can't produce the same number of eels. It can't produce all that watercress that you like. It can't provide those water holes you like bombing into. You have a different set of structures. You also have different sets of functions, and you have different interactions responses to activities, disturbances, and has different sensitivities. I'm arguing that perhaps we need to be looking at the Waikato has moved from pre-European into a new regime called the Anthropocene. It's behaving, it's novel. So we need to have perhaps novel ways of looking at it, novel ways of managing it. This is where traditional knowledge comes in. Okay, so we have multiple lines of evidence to suggest that rivers, a lot of rivers globally, have flipped into this new basin of attraction. We have got climate change evidence, land use, hydrology, sediment regimes, obviously, okay, morphology, a whole lot of aquatic communities, and all the way down to here, we're now seeing that the response of rivers, which are in this new state, are also novel. Management responses. Okay, I'm going to give you an example. And here, I've got to go to Joe's country, the good old US of A. Okay, and I'm going to be looking at the Illinois River. The Illinois is an important river up here. It essentially comes out of Chicago and it goes into the Mississippi. Okay, and then the aliens, the politicians, okay, they decided to build what they call, now I've got to get this right because I have trouble at times, it is the Chicago Sanitary and Ship Canal. Okay, it's the Chicago Sanitary Ship Canal, where they took the waste from Chicago, rather than putting it into the Great Lakes, they made a big canal and put it into the Illinois River and sent it downstream, hey, to get rid of. Okay, really good. And the interesting thing, because of the turning of that waste into the Illinois, and about 20 years afterwards, the first survey showed that the Illinois was biologically dead, okay, for 500 kilometres downstream because of poor water quality. No fish, no bugs, no nothing. Just a lot of sanitary and ship. Okay. Now, there were major restoration efforts undertaken to clean up the Illinois, and they began in 1948 with the Environmental Pollution Control Act and 1972 with the Clean Water Act. By 1982, water quality levels had returned to pre-ship canal levels. Water quality improved. In fact, they reckon that water quality now is probably better than what it has ever been in the Illinois River. Okay. As a result, okay, what we're seeing now is that ecosystem structure, that is fish diversity, food webs, interactions, even fish growth, okay, is now different to what it was pre-1900. Even though water quality has returned, we've got a novel system. I'm going to show you a little bit of data. I know I'm getting the evil eye. You've got to hurry up because we're getting hungry. What we've got here is on the y-axis is fish diversity. This column here is for the entire river. This column here is for the upper river, the upper FPZ, and this one here is for the lower river, the FPZs in the lower river. Okay, we've got fish diversity from 1950 all the way up to 2015. Those dashed lines, those columns are for fish that feed differently. They're called functional feeding gills. Some fish eat other fish, some only eat little bugs, some graze, okay? So we've got different functional feeding guilds of fish, okay? Herbivores, invertebrores, omnivores, piscivores, and planktivores. Okay, the dashed lines indicate where there was a significant change in the behaviour of the fish diversity over time. Okay, that's when we had the Clean Water Act, the two major restoration efforts. There's a lot of data there, but the take-home message that I want to give you is that the responses in the river were not what we thought would happen. So in some cases, omnivores bounced back pretty quickly, and then all of a sudden, they got highly variable. Some did naff all, you know? Okay, some got more variable, some improved a little bit, then flattened out, some actually went down. So what we got was all of these different responses, response trajectories, okay? They were different, highly variable responses. They were novel. Interesting thing is that fish diversity is still poor despite excellent water quality now. Fish response trajectories differed between different gills, feeding gills. So we've unpacked fish to say, hey, where are they eating? What are they eating? But we found they all responded differently in different ways. Ooh, okay. Those responses are novel, which suggests to me that the Illinois River, which is a large river, like many large rivers around the world, are now novel. They are Anthropocene rivers. They are responding differently to what they did do naturally. Okay, implications for that? We can't restore back. You can't restore back in the Illinois, I'm suggesting. Okay? We have, so that has implications for your targets for restoration. Because if you can't meet them, the people who gave you the money saying, hey, we gave you all that bloody money, you haven't met your target. So how come? It's all about expectations, eh? So if you tried to push back to where you once were and you don't meet them, you fail. I'm suggesting you can't do it anyway, perhaps. Okay, so perhaps we need to be looking about what are you managing the Waikato for? I would suggest another way is to prevent another bloody flip, eh? Because if you flip, you're going to lose productivity. You're going to use your cultural values and everything else. So the larger aim should be, we are not going to go over another tipping point. Simple aim. But underneath it, you have that complexity and the richness of what people are doing. But that needs to be an aim, okay? So I think there needs also an increased focus on slow variables, not just water quality. So we need to be looking at how eels grow. What is their growth? Their response to being translocated. We need to be looking at the response of other variables as well, and these could be cultural variables because they are slow variables. They're really important. So therefore our targets, our outcomes, our indicators also need to be specific, sharper for FPZs as well. Because there were, in the Illinois, the response differed between those functional process zones. So we need to be playing it smarter and sharper. Okay, I'm winding up because I can feel stomachs rumbling. Okay, large river ecosystems in the Anthropocene. They are what I call complex adaptive. You can tell I've gone back to my scientist role now, eh? These are complex adaptive systems, okay, that require different approaches to their study and management. Simply avoiding further flips, which is a part of resilience thinking, I think is a really healthy aim, long-term aim. Okay. I think that the response is that we need to be looking at an increased scale of focus in the river, not just our itty-bitty patch. We need to be looking at the entire river network and knowing what type of functional process zones there are, what is their complexities and what have you. Having said that, I think zone-specific management would be the way to go, okay, with improved focus on outcomes and indicators and monitoring that are specific for FPZs, that are stopped to prevent further flips. If we flip, we're going to have a loss of our ability to bomb in the river, to fish in the river, and to have a healthy system. Okay. With that, I think it's really quite important to acknowledge that we can't leave it to the two guys on the outside. Okay. And you know what? This comes from South Africa. And if there's one thing Australians and New Zealanders have in common, we love beating South Africa in rugby. Particularly now, the Chiefs. Okay, sorry, that was inappropriate comment. Okay, that was an inappropriate refereeing decision as well. And I'm going to hope that I don't get that. Thank you very much for listening.
You're a very, very clever man, Martin, bringing us unity, as Pātara says, through the desire to beat someone else. Our lunch is ready. We're going to have maybe 3 questions. As those questions are getting ready, I do want to thank Dr. Joe. We had the privilege of sitting with Joe on Radio Tainui Monday, 2 p.m. If you jump online, you might find that video. They recorded our discussion. It was supposed to be 10, but we ended up being 18. It was such an easy conversation, and I agree with you talking about it's information we can gather, but how do we communicate it to our kids, which meaning communicating it to our future. In your discussion, you spoke about some of the uses of water, and in our EU environmental plan, we talk about states of why. Certain uses are used, certain, I suppose, if it's the most pure water, we'll use it for certain things. And it's similar to what Martin was talking about. Our responses were based on the river telling us how we should use it. And so our water bodies, if they were of the most purest form, we would use that to heal our chiefs, to bless our babies, because they're the closest things we have to our Creator. As it comes through all of human land and being tainted by human hands, we change that response to her, and we sit with her and we use that water differently. And I use the example when we do our te mano te wai. If you're drinking water and I put my finger in that glass of water, you're not going to drink it. Its use has changed. It's now only good for putting on a garden. So appreciate your discussions there. And our river's gone through some similar things where we've not only fought to have rights to look after her, but we've fought to limit her as a competitive commodity. And when we see the splits, we saw the split in 1999 of ECNZ into multiple power companies, the tribe fought against those things because we saw her being pulled apart for competing interests. So just a lot of similarities. She's regarded, and then we get the pressure put on us because we're told, but it's a matter of national interest that we provide, that the river provides 50% of New Zealand's energy. It's not about you. And so that pressure is put on, and when we look like the bad guy. David, yeah, that te mano o te wai, I get you, I feel you, and we won't be giving up on that. I've seen you over 10 years ago in those discussions, Land and Water Forum and some of the National Objective Framework groups, pushing te mano o te wai, in particular providing for mātauranga iwi to be involved in those discussions. And as a tribe, we're really proud of the fact that the title of the expression of te mano o te wai came from te mana o te awa, which we used for the Waikato River settlement. And the iwi said, why are we all doing negotiations to get something of betterment for the whole country? Why don't we just do that? And we've got Nancy Tuaina you can talk to. She helped draft the definition of te mana o te wai for the national policy statement. And we can, so why can't we just apply that around the whole country, what Waikato's trying to achieve? And so, yeah, pretty happy. A lot of those discussions happened here. Some of those wānanga, I think they were called, also brought those about. Martin, sorry, we'll get to those questions. Martin, your large river ecosystems, how do we manage that? We like to think, and I think this is your point around the functional process zones, is that we'd like to think te mana o te awa, the mana, the power, the prestige and authority of our waters, tell us how she should be used. So we'd have areas designated to put our waka, areas designated to cut hair, areas designated to swim, areas designated for blessing, based on the way she moved. And I think you're right. So our tikanga is changing, the way we apply and look after her. We want to do it the same way we used to, and you said we're not really going to get back to restore because we're in that Anthropocene era. So I was listening. And it's creating a different response for us in the way the tikanga we applied, and we're now challenging the way that we apply tikanga. And we have to think beyond what we used to do to heal her. So great discussions, novel responses, and I think our people, our communities, iwi Māori, are very adaptive and respond quite quickly, and so that challenges for us to apply a novel way of thinking. We'll have some questions. Thanks, Michelle.
Right, we've got quite a lot of questions coming through, so I'll just say if we don't get to your question today, we'll get our presenters to put their answers on paper and we'll email them out to people. So first question for David. Is the tool being implemented to undertake restoration work on the ground? Are landowners or how are landowners and communities being incentivised to do this?
The tool itself is more like a catchment planning tool. So it's designed to sort of guide, I would say, more at a high level, like a sub-catchment or a catchment scale. And so I think it's valuable at that level as a catchment planning tool. It's, you know, you'd use different models or different knowledge systems to be able to guide at a more local level, whether that be farm scale, whether it be riparian, wetland, or something like that.
Question for Martin. What key points do you look at to create resilient plans for restoration should a river change?
Oh, how long have you got?
1 minute.
First,
Sorry.
first of all, my big question is, do we still have a natural river system? Do we still have it? And so I look for a whole bunch of variables or indicators around that. And then from that, I also ask what FPZs and what's driving those. So then it's a bit like David in terms of the building a decision support system to say, this is what's changing where, this is what's driving it, and at the end of the day, these then are the best restoration tools depending on where you are on the river to do that, because a one fix approach doesn't work. So really, Vegemite and spreading the Vegemite all the way across your toast doesn't work.
Okay, I have to ask this one. I know this one will be on the top of many people's minds. For marae and whānau residing at the toilet end of the river, so the lower end of the Waikato River, or the toilet end of river systems, do you have any ideas on areas to focus on while they wait for upstream catchment cleanup?
So if we've got a lot of sedimentation, a lot of nutrients coming down from the upper catchment, what would the catchment receiving all of that, what are the things they should focus on? If that sounds... Kapai.
Can I tackle that one first?
Sure.
Right. The work that we've done in a number of large rivers in the US around nutrient dynamics suggested that no matter what you did in terms of the riparian zone and the catchment would make that much of a measurable effect on nitrogen and phosphorus in the riverbed sediment. So they've started to put in sediment traps to remove it. And that was their first approach. And then they went into riparian management, and then they went into broader catchment management. So it was a very staged approach. But once again, it was determined by what type of river we actually got in terms of the nutrient and phosphorus. And a lot of our modelling would suggest that if you want to get phosphorus and nitrogen out of the bed sediments, just move in there and take it out.
You hear that, Council? We don't need a consent.
I'll just be really quick and turn the question around and ask, what do they want? Fundamentally.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got another one for David. How does the tool demonstrate return on investment to inform and secure additional funding?
Well, it's got two components. It's got what's called implementation cost, which is the cost of the restoration work. And it's also got opportunity cost, and that might be something along the lines of maintaining, for example, a key wetland and actually being paid to do it. And you'd get paid for in effect, what it took to take that farmland out of action to make it non-productive. It's much better value where it was being sequestering nutrients and so on in a wetland context. How does it support future actions? Well, I don't know. If the tool was used by, let's say, an authority, it could be used alongside other tools to say, where are the key areas and where's the best value for money that we'd get in implementing an action?
I've got a text to say our kai has been delivered. It's been out there for about 10 minutes. Give our presenters a 10 minutes to have something to eat before you go and give them heaps of questions. Find them, sit down and have a kōrero with them. And yeah, we'll enjoy our lunch. Now, probably will cut our lunch a little bit short. But before we head out to lunch, if I could call Gavin Williamson down to come and provide our panel members a taonga. Gavin is an Environmental and Key Relationship Manager at Mercury and one of the sponsors of the River Symposium. Prior to Mercury, they were Water Care, and we had only, Don, 4 or 5 months ago, the 20-year kind of commemoration of the signing of an MOU between Mercury and Waikato Tainui. Kia ora, o mai te Pakipaki. Run here and take a photo. That's the only task I've been given of importance today. If we can go at the front and have our photo, then we can go for lunch.
They'll be out here to join us very shortly, and then we'll get started. Ia tātou e tatari ana, tikana kia mihi a tātou ringawira, ko ki te puku me ki, different type of scale from their kai, so hopefully everybody had a good kai and ready for the afternoon session. A couple of things I picked up just before lunch. One picture that really caught my eye was good, fast and cheap, much like my dating life back in the day. Some of the other things I picked up as well, sometimes common sense prevails. And it reminds me of a story. One of the uncles who was walking in the outback in Australia, actually, he was walking through Australia and he noticed this guy hanging from a tree and from his legs, and a guy underneath him. He was like a bat, and the guy underneath him cutting wood. And he went up to the guy and he says, "Oh, bro, what's up with your mate?" And he goes, "Oh, mate, don't worry about him. He's a little bit crazy. He thinks he's a light bulb." And he goes, "Oh, why didn't you turn him off, bro?" And he goes, "And what? Cut wood in the dark?" Yeah, sometimes common sense prevails, whānau. Who wants to cut wood in the dark? Kapai, I think that's all of us here, eh? Yep, kapai. All right, we'll get into the afternoon session. Inaia tununi. Kapai, the first of our kai korero i tēnei o ngā ahiahi has been involved in freshwater ecology over a long career. He holds a BSc, MSc, there's almost the whole alphabet in here, degrees from the University of Auckland and a PhD in fisheries from Oregon State University. He's also had broad experience in both lake and stream ecology, including quantitative estimation of fish population, the effects of land and the abundance of fish and koura, or crayfish, use of stable isotopes for food analysis, and impacts of invasive fish on water quality and native fish. Now, prior to joining Morphin in 2022, he was a professor at the University of Waikato, where he taught, supervised students and led research programs for 30 years. His research achievements include 88 referred journal articles, 10 book chapters, and 95 commissioned contract reports. Nau mai haramai emeritus, is that how you say it, emeritus? Yeah, there you go. Professor Brendan Hicks, homai te pakipaki.
Kia ora koutou. This will just play ball with me. Don't do that. Okay. Right. Ko Brendan Hicks, tōku ingoa, and I'm really pleased to be here today. Now, so this is my one screen here in front of me. Right, okay. It's kind of teeny. What I'll talk about today is tuna. They're one of my favourite animals, and I'm actually not from around here. So we were the 10-pound poms who came across in the 1960s, and I used to go fishing with my dad at Hunua in Cossey's Creek, and the first fish I ever caught was a longfin tuna, and that tuna we held up proudly before we let it go, and it was 8, my dad said, "This is over 8 pounds, this is big." So 4 kilos, and that was the same size as the UK Anguilla European eel, maximum size. So I was hooked on fishing since then. So what I'm going to talk about is tuna, where they come from, what we know about them, and then I'm going to have a look at their distribution in New Zealand and talk specifically about experiments we did with biomanipulation, which I will explain, and then we'll go through the response of the tuna to pest fish removal, and then finally a more local example of the fishing that we did with Waihi Whānui Trust. So I'm hugely grateful because I couldn't have done that fishing without them. And this was 16th, 17th of November, so brand new, fresh results, you know, they're warm. And so anyway, I'll go through and describe how we went with that fishing. So tuna have a global distribution, freshwater eels in particular, and they all belong to one genus, which is called Anguilla. And 19 species worldwide. Of course, we've got 2 here. Occasionally we have the Australian visitor, but we don't find a lot of their speckled longfin eel. And where they are is described by the thick black lines. So they're the coasts, on the coasts of these coasts of North America, and then variously in a lot of tropical areas. And this actually has significance because it's a tropical origin for the genus, and they're probably 80 to 40 million years old. And the grey arrows show some of the sort of ways that they probably got from this area, the Tethys Sea, and of course continental drift happened, and the world used to look a lot more like this. And the eels have been around so long that they have moved in their migrations with the continents, which is extraordinary when you think about it. And so they still spawn in the salt water, and they live to adulthood in fresh water. So the freshwater fish database is a wonderful resource, and these pictures here I got from it. So the shortfin tuna, Anguilla australis, is mainly North Island. So it does exist throughout the country, but there's far more in North Island streams. The longfin tuna, Anguilla dieffenbachis, throughout the country, and predominantly it's in the South Island. So there's a lot of dots there in the North Island too, so it's really spread through both islands. But the important thing is that in those cooler South Island waters, it's the dominant species. And the important thing, and this is one of our lessons out at Lake Kimihia, is, oops, where's it gone? Sorry, wrong way. That's the way I should go. So the two main species in New Zealand, you can tell by their dorsal fin. This is very hard to do when they're wriggling, and eels wriggle a lot. So we put them to sleep with a little bit of clove oil or some other useful anaesthetic. And so the longfin tuna has a dorsal fin, which is on the top of the body, and it extends more than a body width, which is this distance here, forward of the anus. And the short fin is different because its dorsal fin extends only less than a body width past the anus towards its head. So that's eels tuna 101, but very important because, and in fact, a good eel biologist a good tuna biologist can tell the species in the dark, because the longfin is sort of more softer and has much more flexible and loose skin, and the sort of muscular ones are the shortfin tuna. So now going to our biomanipulation example, what we wanted to do, and David and I were sort of co-leaders of 10-year funding projects that we led through the University of Waikato. And I was looking at invasive fish, pest fish, and their effects on a variety of different parts of the ecosystem. And of course, tuna are a taonga to Maori, and as they should be, because they're so common and a handy kai in most parts of the country, unless you're too far inland. And they still recruit well to rivers and lakes, despite habitat change and commercial fishing that started in earnest in the sort of early 1970s. And they're vulnerable to overfishing without careful management because of their long life cycles. So for female maturity, and the females are the only important ones here, sorry lads, the females take 20 years to get to maturity if they're short fins. They take about 40 years to get to maturity if they're long fins. And the lads mature in about half that time for both species. So our local lakes and rivers, I'm sorry to say, but most people know this, have massive numbers of invasive fish, and especially the koi carp, the dreadful koi carp, which has been redesignated. We used to think it was Cyprinus carpio, and now we're sort of realising that that sort of orange colour that is characteristic probably means that they're robofuscus. They comprise 60 to 80% of the biomass. So it's good you're all sitting down, because that's a very high percentage of the biomass, considering they weren't here before the 1980s. So they really dominate a lot of systems. And we undertook biomanipulation, removal of pests, of these invasive fish in Hinawai to see the response of the tuna and the water quality, actually. But I'm going to present the results of tuna removal. And so what we've got here is a great big boxo carp, of which we collected many, many, many. And the goldfish, like that there, they will hybridise with the koi carp, and then catfish are another sort of equally, they're not quite as big, so they don't form the same sort of biomass. Here's an example of a short fin tuna, and this is a rather wonderful long fin tuna that we actually used in a nutrient excretion experiment, and she went back, and this is Lake Hinawai in the background. So Lake Hinawai is not a large lake, and that was one of the reasons we chose it for biomanipulation, because if it had been much bigger, we wouldn't have stood a chance of removing enough fish. So it's about 17 hectares in surface area. It's got a 330 hectare catchment area, and unfortunately the land use, like much of the Waikato, is primarily dairying around. And the other important part is that here is Lake Hinawai, and the outlet goes down to Lake Waikari. And we know what Lake Waikari is full of: more carp. So there's a culvert here, and we decided to put a one-way trap on that, so that once we got rid of koi carp in Lake Hinawai, they couldn't get back in. At least that was the theory. So this is the one-way trap here. So it's got a hinging gate, and at the bottom of the hinging gate, it's got a number of sort of fingers that can go one way to let fish out, but prevent fish going back in. Whoops. Sorry. So this is the way the fingers work, and there's 35 mil gaps between the articulated fingers to allow natives to go in upstream and go into the lake. But that does stop the large adults, and here you can see the large adults congregating around trying to get back in. So it allows large koi to leave, and they can't get back in, as they normally would do between their life cycle movements. So we use these mark recapture techniques, doing a small fin clip, letting the fish go once we caught them, waiting a few weeks for them to mix around the population and fishing again. And by looking at the proportion of marked fish to the total fish, we can make an estimate of the total fish population with some cunning maths, which mostly we believe. So in 2011 we began this. We removed 3 tonnes of invasive fish, mostly carp, because they were most of the invasive fish. We fished again in 2012. We got another 1 tonne out, we fished again, got half a tonne, and we figured that there's this carp reduction which we hadn't fished, and we assumed they left out of the one-way gate and weren't able to get back in. So then we fished again in 2016 to see the response. So the calculations suggested that we had 308 kilograms per hectare of koi carp. That's enormous. By 2011, we'd managed, so the abundance is the number of carp, that's the black square. The grey circle is the biomass, which is, 2 axes, makes this a little bit tricky to read. But the important thing is the huge drop between 2011 and 2012. And then we fished again in 2014. We had a further drop, and Unfortunately, we weren't fishing in 2015, and we saw a minor recovery of the carp, which is pretty rapid when you think about that in the short time period. So they do breed, and we figure the small ones can go back through those gates, through the fingers. But the good news story is that the shortfin tuna, which were at about 8 kilos per hectare in 2011, increased to 41 kilos per hectare by 2016. And these are pretty tight confidence intervals. We're pretty happy about these as estimates. So one major advance, which we have to thank Tainui's negotiations, careful work with the Crown for, is that they made fishery regulations. So the first, in fact, ignore that first point or two and we'll go straight to the actual regulations. In 2011, through 2011, can't touch that, can I? 2011, the Waikato Tainui, Waikato River Fisheries Regulations allowed Waikato Tainui to exercise traditional management practices over their own rohe. And so these points were brought in that couldn't take female migrants going downstream to spawn. They introduced the minimum weight of 300 grams for shortfin tuna, 400 grams for longfin tuna, so you can't take fish smaller than that. And that's 300 grams for the rest of the country, so it was a slight increase, but still a significant increase of the minimum size. But the important thing was that the maximum weight that fishers could take tuna, longfin tuna, was 2 kilos. The rest of the country, it's 4 kilos. So that is hugely protective. It's what we call in fisheries a slot limit, because there's a minimum size and a maximum size. And there's a couple of rahui conditions. One during the outmigration from Whangamarino wetland streams, and the other after a human death. And this is all well resourced. If anyone wants the links, it's down there, and I can tell you them if you like. But certainly wonderful, absolutely wonderful act and fishery regulation that Tainui were instrumental in. I've been going to Lake Waihi for fishing trips, taking out my second year ecology class for a number of years, and suddenly a change started. We started to see longfin tuna. And about 2015, we were fishing from 2015. In 2017, 18, we started to see longfin tuna being, not huge numbers, but really big longfin tuna, which weren't there previously. And so here's a very happy student getting to grips with a tuna, and another one's escaped from a bin there down below. This happens. This is typical fishing. So Morpham came along. I came along with Morpham, and I have to thank Tim Manukau for, I think, pushing this our way, or recommending this to Morpham, and Morpham to the funding agencies, to Waikato Regional Council. So we were engaged to devise cultural health indicators with Waihi Whānui Trust as a joint enterprise, and the other thing was knowledge transfer, so I'd impart a little bit of my knowledge of fishing to Waihi Whānui Trust, and we used 10 fine mesh fyke nets, which we set along the shoreline of Lake Kimihia, and that lake has been restored with a new bund and outlet structure as a result of the Waikato Expressway. So the level's been raised by about 1/2 metre, and that's a pretty good thing to do. So now we want to see the response of that, but also have a local iwi take over the monitoring and assessment of that fishery. So the indicators I've proposed is species composition, because we want to see how many longfin tuna there are compared to shortfin tuna. The mean weight, because the larger weights of eels suggests they're doing better. the size frequency, because we want to see the number of babies to see what the recruitment looks like, and the catch rates. So catch rates are a standard fishing metric, by which I mean the number of tuna per net and the weight of tuna per net. So these have been collected around the country for 50 years. So we've got good data to compare these to see how local lakes do, Kimihia being the first cab off the rank. We're also going to look at, we're going to look at the weight and length and the relative weight of the tuna to their length, because that tells us how fat they are. Do they look like they've got enough to eat? Are they getting enough kai? And also the proportion of invasive species such as catfish and goldfish to tuna. So that shows the likely extent of competition. So here are the nets, and here's our keen crew who helped me set them. So they have a long leader. Leader goes out from the shore, out on the littoral zone, the shallow water, and then the net is stretched with a brick on the end of it just to hold it flat. And here's Johnny Kenny, who's helped me set these nets. That's good because he's nice and tall and I'm short, so he can get into the deep part. So they were unbaited and they were set overnight and set in the late afternoon and hauled in first thing in the morning. And was it successful? Well, yes, it was, people. Very successful. So we identified the tuna by species in every net. We weighed and measured the first 3 netfuls. And we didn't weigh any more because we were running out of time, because we got so many tuna from the first 3 nets that we had all we needed. But we identified and counted fish in the other 7 nets. All the tuna were released alive and well, in really good shape. And you can see them being released here, going back into the lake. So we got 403 tuna altogether, short-fin tuna, and they were a really good size range. And so it was an average of 40 short-fin tuna per net. That's a good catch rate. From a lake like Kimihia, which does look pretty rubbish, really, we got a secchi depth of less than 10 centimetres. And the secchi depth is the distance at which a black and white disc disappears from view underwater. So it was pretty horrible water, but very productive. And we got 1 longfin tuna, who is 810 millimetres long, nearly 2 kilos. We got 178 invasive fish, and here's a box full of them. And they weighed about 25 kg, mostly catfish, some goldfish, a few rudd, and 5 koi. But fyke netting is not the best way to catch koi, in actual fact. So is that an average of 18 invasive fish per net. So another bit of good news is there are far more tuna than there were invasive fish, at least in this catch. So conclusions. So monitoring the tuna with these fine mesh fyke nets in Lake Kimihia works really well, so we'll do it again. We have another exercise planned for February, March. And from the initial results, it looks like there's very good numbers of tuna, despite the number of invasive fish. So invasive fish probably aren't the worst thing in the world for these tuna. We got 1 large longfish tuna in Lake Kimihia, that should say. That was a great discovery. And sort of messages for the future. Removal of invasive species could be a good idea, but only if you can prevent further invasions through some sort of barrier. It's hard work. It requires a lot of effort and repetition, and in general that's expensive as well. And eradication by fishing on loan is, most people consider it completely unrealistic. It's quite unlikely, that's for sure. And the one-way gate that we tried wasn't a complete solution, but it did help reduce the biomass to some extent. But the juvenile koi, which also migrate, could get up through that 35 mil gap. So you need a different kind of barrier to stop koi getting up completely. So finally, I'll wrap up now. Ngā mihi nui to these keen helpers from Wāhi Whānui Trust and Waikato Regional Council. Sent out a couple of students, summer students, And in setting the nets, hauling them, weighing and measuring, Kawakura Nakura was really excellent on the scales. She could read it when I couldn't. And so Johnny Kenny and Barn Hanui, Mani Kenny, Phil Ramika, Aaron Kawakura, and a couple of students, Matt Singer and Zoe Booth, and Paula Reeves came out, which is quite an achievement because I've never seen Paula in the field before. And our kimahea fishing wouldn't have been possible without this iwi help, because we had a flat battery there on our scales, and Johnny had the good old tradie battery with the radio on it, and a 230 volt plug-in, and they brought out the gazebo to keep the showers off us. So, thank you. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi, Brendan. Ngā mihi ki a koe, me au kōrero. Just with the Waikato regulations 2011, we got Irena and Nick Manuko. They were responsible for putting that together, and also using traditional practices. And I talked yesterday about the importance of a name and how that has a story, especially with Māori names. It has a story and has learnings in it. And when I look at the tuna and those regulations of 2011, I can't help but think about Huntley, or Rahui Pōkeka as we know it, and the story behind that name. Because back in the day, pre-European, Huntley wasn't really a place that a lot of our whānau lived. They lived on the outskirts of Rahui Pōkeka, but Huntley was a great hunting and fishing ground, and especially for fishing tuna. So much so that a lot of the neighbouring iwi would come to Rahui Pōkeka to fish. And as you said, tuna are quite susceptible to overfishing, and that's exactly what happened. There were too many of the whānau taking big catches of tuna, and before we knew it, there was a depletion of numbers of tuna, and that almost caused a civil war amongst the iwi. They started to fight and argue about each person's catch and how much they were taking out of the lakes and Rahui Pōkeka. So to fix that, a rangatira named Te Putu was asked to come down and sort the problem. So he came down and he gathered all the whānau together, and he put a rahui on all the lakes and the river in Rahui Pōkeka, and that's where the rahui part comes. Now, rahui means that there'll be a cease of fishing. There'll be no more fishing, there'll be no more hunting in this area for a little time. So that's where the rahui part comes in that name. The second thing he did is he grabbed a pou. Depending on who's telling the story, the pou is the pōkeka. Others say that the pōkeka is you might see some pictures of Waikato, and our captain on our waka, Huira Mamatata, he wears this cloak that looks like a porcupine, but that's a raincoat to us, and that's called a pōkeka as well. And so on that post, he drove it into the ground, and he tied pieces of his pōkeka jacket to that post. And every now and then, he would come back and he'll start to hammer this post further and further into the ground. And his message to the people was that while this post is above ground, there'll be no fishing in this area. And he continued to do so right up until it was into the ground, and then the people were allowed to come back and fish. And then that created a traditional system of when we were allowed to fish and when we weren't allowed to fish. It became a seasonal thing and all of that stuff, so to look after the numbers of our tuna. The second thing that happened after that happened was we did a haka, and that haka made the tapu on the place, or the rahui noa. So rahui pōkeka, being the rahui that was put on the place, the pōkeka, the jacket that was tied to the post, and the haka, the whakanoa the place. There's another lake in Huntley called Hakanoa, and that's where that lake gets its name. The other thing he said to the fishermen and the fisher ladies was that when you catch your fish, you'll have to I use the word wahi or toha to other people, but to divide your catch evenly amongst all the different tribes. Doesn't matter where you come from or where you fish and who you fish for. Whatever your catch was, you had to divide it. And I mean, wahi ki ngā iwi katoa o te rohene. You have to divide this equally amongst all the other iwi. And so that wahi is where the Lake Wahi gets its name. And later on, Wahi Pa also gets that name from that story as well. So yeah, thought I'll just drop that little historical knowledge on you as well. Okay, moving on to our next speaker. She is a senior lecturer at the School of Government. Her research aims to understand how society can better design and analyse institutions to the benefit of our environment, our economy and our communities. She leads the freshwater program at Motu Economic and Public Policy Research from the School of Government, University of Victoria. Homai te pakipaki, Dr. Julia Talbot.
Tēnā koutou. Mihi nui tēnei kia koutou. He oria hau mai ina hau I wha. I whakatipu ai au ki Tamaki Makaurau me o tau tahi. No Ingarangi tōku papa, no Ahi Tereria tōku mama. Ko Julia Talbot-Jones, ahau, tēnā koutou. Thank you for having me here today. It's a real honour. I was really privileged to receive the invitation, and I feel humbled to be standing alongside people today and the wisdom that was shown yesterday from the commitment to the projects, both on the ground and in the offices. Today I'm speaking about a range of work that I've been involved in and that I'm generally interested in, and I think it is important when we think about water management and river management. And so I'm talking about the economics of river restoration. My background's pretty mixed. So when people ask me what I do now or what I am, I say an economist. But it took me a long time to get there. My undergraduate degree was actually in ecology and zoology, and then I was interested in social systems because when I was learning about ecological systems, to me the biggest challenge seemed to be people. It would be really nice to be able to lock it up and put it away or to use it for the birds and the bees and the butterflies, but we needed to figure out systems where we could influence people's decision making to improve the well-being of our awa and our communities. And so I went back to school and did economics, and now here I am calling myself an economist, so there you go. But today I'm talking about the economics of river restoration. And often when we talk about economics, it's not just money. It's not just financial benefits, it's also non-market benefits as well. And also about how we design our institutions or our rules or our social structures to incentivize or constrain behavior. And so that will be the focus of what I'm talking about today. The second part of what I'm talking about is the role of values. In economics, we often treat values as exogenous, particularly in a neoclassical frame. So we think about them as outside of our day-to-day decision-making. And it makes the models easy, but it doesn't always reflect how people behave. And so what I'm going to advocate for today a bit is bringing values back into our decision-making frame as well as policymakers, and also people on the ground. So how can we influence and change people's values and attitudes or their preferences or their beliefs about their relationship with the environment and their relationship, in your case, with the Waikato River. So, I said it's not only about money, but money kind of matters as well when it comes to this sort of stuff. So, the value of river restoration is well understood. Globally, the returns on investment from improving river health and well-being significantly outweighs the initial costs. So in New Zealand, nationally, riparian margin restoration has been estimated to generate net benefits of between 1.7 billion and 5.2 billion per year. So for each dollar you put into river restoration, the benefits you get back greatly outweigh that initial investment. And these benefits can come in a range of forms. So we've talked about some of these today: improved water quality, improved flow regimes, sediment reduction, hydrologic connectivity, regulation of water chemistry, reduced extraction. So in some cases this is critical because you end up with more water in the system, biodiversity gains and so on. And these changes clearly benefit the environment, but they can also benefit people. And so we've talked about ecosystem services today as well, and that's how we tend to monetize some of the benefits that can come from improving ecosystem health. But the fact that they benefit the environment and they're benefiting social systems means that we can classify these watersheds or these catchments or these riverscapes as social ecological systems. And this term's already been brought up today. But it means that not only are we focused on the ecosystem capability of a particular system, but we're also concerned with those social feedback loops that can occur. Because although the environment can deliver wellbeing outcomes for communities in terms of ecosystem goods and services, it's the interaction effects between what's going on in the environment and the social system that's interacting with the environment that creates these feedback loops and also puts pressure on the environment in different forms. And so this idea of social ecological systems, I think, really resonates with one of the talks yesterday about cultural landscapes and thinking about things as and trying to understand the networks or the feedbacks that effects that occur between social systems and ecological systems. And so today I'm going to be talking in particular about values and governance and what that means within a social system. And so the purposes of trying to understand what's going on within social systems is it seems likely that the biggest challenge going forward for restoring or improving the health and well-being of the river or any river will be will remain what it is today, namely the social aspects within the social ecological system. As we've talked about today, there's evidence out there. We know a lot of the science. It's about figuring out ways to change people's behaviour. We can always know more, but focusing on social systems is what we'll be talking about here. So within my discipline and the way that I look at these things, social systems are constructed from rules, and I equate rules to institutions. So institutions are the rules of the game that shape human behaviour. They're the things that encourage some of you to open the door for someone else as they're walking through. Institutions are tikanga. They're the things that guide our behaviour, tell us what it is appropriate to do and not appropriate to do. And institutions really matter. So the type of rules that we create really influence people's behaviour. So for institutional arrangements to be effective, rules need to be aligned across scales. And we talked a bit about this, or others talked about this today or yesterday, the importance of having consistency from the constitutional level, so what's being set up in New Zealand obviously doesn't have a written constitution, but we have a whole lot of acts and laws that sit up at that constitutional level. They, in a top-down system, will influence what goes on to the RMA, that will influence what goes on in district and regional plans, and then that will influence what goes on the ground at the operational level. And these systems can work in both ways. So we can have top-down systems where direction is coming down from the top, but we can also have bottom-up systems. And some of what's occurred here in the Waikato could be argued to be more of a bottom-up arrangement. Rules and the social norms are driving decision-making on the ground, and that's starting to influence what's going on heading upwards. But an example of where this alignment works and where it doesn't, this year, a colleague and I produced some research that argued that we could be here in New Zealand in some small catchments be designing water markets as clubs. So within catchment groups, you could allow trading to occur between those members of the group, and you can arrive at outcomes that improve environmental performance and also production outcomes for farmers. Now, the challenge for New Zealand is we have a Resource Management Act, which is obviously in some state of flux currently, but the RMA does not define property rights clearly. And so for a trading club to work, you would need well-defined property rights. But we do not have well-defined property rights in the RMA, and part of the reason for this is Māori rights and interests in water are still unresolved. And what you can see in this example is we might have an innovative governance arrangement that could actually improve outcomes for communities and the environment, but we don't have the institutional alignment that'll support that across scales. And as has been talked about today, Waikato is a little bit insulated from some of this because of their own legislation and their own environmental plans. So some of this applies to other areas of New Zealand that wouldn't necessarily apply directly here. But having alignment across scales is critical in the social systems. The second argument I want to make is in economics, we often assume that people's choices reflect their preferences. And so people have these values and attitudes or beliefs, and your choices reflect what you want to do. Sometimes governmental decision makers don't like the choices that people are making, so they create a range of policies or institutions to try and nudge or move people in a direction that they feel is socially optimal. Now, our assumption as policymakers is often that we should change people's choices and we forget about people's preferences and values and attitudes. Now, if we can change people's preferences or values and attitudes, the cost might be greater up front, but the longer term benefits could far outweigh that cost. It's just really hard. And the political situation means that it's often the short-term acceptability of policies that prioritises them over the long-term efficacy that could come from changing people's values and attitudes. But if we, so that's if you put your institutions, your choices change. But if we could think about this, again, as a dynamic feedback loop, where it's not just a linear process, but we have an option of changing people's values and attitudes alongside their choices when it comes to big global environmental challenges, and freshwater falls into those, we might have a greater chance of addressing some of those future challenges. So we do see values change in action. Recycling would be something that even a few decades ago, or maybe a decade ago, I can't really quite remember, it's all a bit fuzzy, wouldn't have been internalised as a behaviour. Now it just is something that both social norms and individual attitudes have probably shifted. If we could change people's attitudes to fresh water and to restoration, all of those years of investment that go into convincing people that this change is needed, that money and that investment could be put into projects on the ground. And there's no easy way of doing this, but I'm just putting it out there as an idea of thinking about these institutional arrangements both as top-down but also bottom-up, and that you all have really powerful relationships with your communities and with the regional council. And so regional council is going through another 10-year plan or whatever, thinking about the language that's used in terms of changing people's values and attitudes and embedding that in lower level legislation could be really helpful. So looking to the future, river systems need to be thought of as social ecological systems, not just ecological systems, and this reinforces the message that's been shared today. Aligning rules across scales is critical to achieve effective governance outcomes. As I said, here in the Waikato, you're a bit insulated from that because of your own legislative arrangements, but across the country more broadly, thinking about rules alignment across scales is really important. And then thinking about longer term changes in preferences and values can be stimulated by institutional change. There are feedback loops there, and if it's done well, it could help deliver wellbeing improvements for both the environment and the communities in the decades to come, and that's likely to accelerate restoration efforts and improve outcomes for the awa. All right, cheers. Thanks.
Tēnā koe, Julia, awesome kōrero. One thing I picked up on there, and this is for Tānema, goes back to my dating days, you know, when you start off, and it's about tikanga, right? Tikanga and sticking to that tikanga. And one thing you talked about was, you know, when you're courting your wahine, the first thing you do is you start opening up the door. Okay, open up the door to the car, open up the door to the whare, all of those things, being a very courteous man. 7 kids later, it's just get in the car. And you wouldn't believe it, sometimes my mouth gets me into the dog box, and then so I have to revert back to Tikanga 101 and start opening up that door again, and she's just more like, whatever. And it takes takes me months to get back in there. Kua. Here okay, all right. Move on before I bury myself some more. Our next speaker is a freshwater ecologist with research interests that intersect the areas of freshwater ecology, aquatic biodiversity, and water quality, with a strong focus on providing knowledge and solutions to assist environmental managers, kaitiaki, and stakeholders in reaching achievable restoration and management outcomes. No te toi hua rewa, Wai Māori Bay of Plenty Regional Council Chair in Lake and Freshwater Science, University of Waikato, Associate Professor, and I'm going to try and say your name, my bro, Dennis, give me a go, Ozkundaki. Oh, right, yes, my man.
Kia ora tātou. He honore, ho kororea ki te atua, he maungarongo ki te whenua, he whakaro, kaipira tangata katoa. Ina mana, ina reo, raurangatira mā, tēnā koutou. Ko Dennis Ozkundaki tōku ingoa, no Germany ahau. E mai ana ki te whare wananga Waikato, he tohua rewa Wai Māori, taku tūranga mahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I would like to acknowledge my co-author of this presentation, Michael Pingram, who's working at the Waikato Regional Council, who's really inspired a lot of the content of this presentation, and he's also the ecologist behind a lot of the arguments that I'm putting forward today. Whereas I know a little bit about lakes, Michael can answer all tricky questions about fish ecology. I would like also to thank a lot of people who have influenced my thinking about the Waikato, lower Waikato floodplain and the connected lakes to it, many of which are in this room, Erna, David, Natasha, Tracy and Kerry. Over the years, I feel like I'm that little stream segment at the bottom of the watershed that Joe described earlier to us, and I'm just sort of accumulating all of that knowledge of what came before me from all of these different branches in the watershed. One person in particular I want to acknowledge is Bruno David, who's been very influential in a lot of the work that I'm presenting here today. Bruno David is, I would argue, the most passionate fish ecologist in New Zealand, and has unfortunately moved on from freshwater ecology, is now brewing beer in Raglan, and has recently won the Best Brewery Award of New Zealand. So it seems like everything he's doing with passion. So I'll be also thanks Martin for describing the concept of resilience earlier, because that saves me a lot of time explaining it, so I can jump right into it. So really today I will focus a lot of my talk on the Waikato floodplain water bodies, which is sort of really stretching all the way from Hamilton maybe downstream, and you'll see a lot of the floodplains when you're driving out through Ngaruawahia and Tōpuri.
I will outline a few current challenges with the aim to then start talking about how we can rebuild resilience for native biodiversity, and specifically talking about native fish, including inanga, giant cockapoo, and banded cockapoo, so those normal sort of white-based species that you usually encounter in those water bodies. And I'll be talking a little bit about opportunities on how to achieve that, but I will end with a question that I would like everybody to really give me feedback on how to achieve some of these things. Just really not going to spend too much time on some of these slides here. I think I just wanted to highlight that the Lower Waikato floodplain has a vast area of wetlands that historically would have been connected directly to the main stem of the river and its tributaries, and would have been part of that system that would normally flood very naturally during high flow events and would recede during dry events. I don't think I need to labor the point about the importance of those wetlands in the floodplain ecosystem. I do appreciate that this map I'm showing here with the change in wetland extent between the 1840s and current state is slightly outdated. So this is a map that was produced in the mid-90s, really. I don't think the wetland extent has changed dramatically since then and today. Really also the hydrological connectivity between the Waikato River and some of these wetlands is still very much impaired. It's worth pointing out that the Waikato district contains about a third of all of the freshwater wetland habitat in the Waikato region, so that's a very substantial amount of wetlands habitat that is worth protecting, as I will highlight later. It's also home to the Whangamarina wetland, which is a Ramsar site, so it's an internationally recognized site of importance. I did have a slightly cynical reason for putting up this map from the mid-90s, because until then, regional government included the Whangamarina wetland in its documents and maps as flood protection area 2, I believe, with Lake Waikato being flood protection area 1. I just wanted to sort of highlight the way our perception and our narrative around these areas has changed over the years. The Lower Waikato floodplain is also home to a lot of lakes and probably about thousands of water bodies and habitat types along the river. And I'm just putting up an example of some of the different lake types that occur along the Waikato River here, with this map being produced just really a couple of months ago for a publication that is in press by Dave Lowe and John Green, who have gone out of their way to map and classify lakes in the Waikato region, and especially along the Waikato River, with dozens of different lake types occurring along the river that were formed by a large diversity of geological processes. All of these lakes provide incredible value to the region, and they're being used for various purposes. The one thing I wanted to highlight is that most of those lakes along the Waikato River, if not all of them, would have been directly connected to the main stem of the river. They would have been part of the wider floodplain. All of those lakes would have contained some level of wetland habitat around them. And as we've seen yesterday with Natasha's presentation around Lake Whangapai, a lot of those habitats are degraded or are in dire need of management and restoration. So the focus of the next few slides is really around some of those lakes. And we know that a lot of those lakes are managed hydrologically very carefully, and they're disconnected or they're modified from their natural connectivity to the Waikato River. And we were particularly interested in how that change and that modification of hydrological connectivity has impacted on native fish movement between these lake ecosystems and the wider Waikato riverscape. And this is a study that Bruno David led in 2019, where we were interested in really understanding, do some of these lakes actually provide a spawning habitat of native fish, and do they provide a source of native fish recruitment into the wider riverscape? So we sampled several catchments that we labeled with letters in the Waikato riverscape on this map. So all of those blue lines represent a larger stream. And you can see it's a fairly complicated connected system, with the main stem of the river here flowing through Huntly all the way up through Te Kaupata. and Lake Waikato being the largest shallow lake in the area, and Lake Whangape being the second largest lake, and we have Lake Waihi here, and a whole range of other lakes. So all of those red circles were sampled for native fish, normally young of the year fish, so those fish would be about a year old, and we were interested in understanding where these fish have come from. And we used otolith microchemistry for that, which is a very fancy tool to trace fish back to their point of origin. For that, you need to extract this little ear stone here, which is a calcium carbonate structure here in this area of a fish. And this is what it looks like under the microscope. The diameter is about as big as a small grain of sand, basically. It accumulates the calcium carbonate and the chemistry of the water into its structure every day. So each of these rings represent a day of growth, which is very similar to a tree rings. If you look at the tree ring, you can sort of understand how old the tree is. And by analyzing the chemistry within each of these layers, you can understand where the fish has come from. And obviously, if you're looking at the chemistry near the core of that ear stone, you can start to understand where the fish was hatched actually, and where the fish was born and then moved out of that system. So hopefully that makes sense, because this plot here really shows at least one way of looking at the chemistry. Oh, how do I get this back up? So this is just looking at one way in terms of the chemistry. The important part here is that each of these horizontal lines represents the chemistry in each lake, which is really unique. Each of the chemistry fingerprints in these lakes is very unique, which is then imprinted on this ear stone. And each of those dots here represents a fish that was collected to understand where the fish has come from. So what you see is that fish that were collected in this catchment F, which is basically around the tributaries of Lake Waikato, never left the lake. All of the fish that were collected at Lake Waikato were actually born and hatched in Lake Waikato, except for this little bugger here that we later found was actually misclassified using a second tier of analysis, which put the fish actually into different catchment. So yeah. Anyway, so some of the other lakes, and I want to highlight one lake in particular. This is Lake Waihi. So this horizontal line here represents the chemical fingerprint of Lake Waihi. And you see that the fish that are sitting on this line were caught in all of these different catchments. So there's fish that were caught in catchment B, D, and H, and G. And if you go back to this map here, you can see that fish that were born in Lake Waihi migrate out of that lake, so from this little catchment here, go into the main stem of the river, and basically move through almost the entire riverscape of the Waikato River, all the way up to Topuri, into some of the tributaries, past Ngaruawahia, going all the way up to Hamilton, and even some of these lakes in Hamilton. So this is really amazing for us to understand that. And one of the major conclusions of this work was really that some of the lakes in the Waikato River, lower Waikato River floodplain disproportionately contribute to the fish recruitment of native fish along the Waikato Riverscape, whereas other lakes unfortunately don't do that anymore. And some follow-up work concluded or found that the hydrological connectivity that still exists between Lake Waihi and the Waikato River enables those things to happen. During certain times of the year, especially during winter and autumn, when the river level is high, the Waikato River water flows back into Lake Waihi. So there's a bidirectional, almost unconstrained movement of fish in and out of that lake, enabling those fish that were born in Lake Waihi to move back into riverscape and populate other areas. We think that this is something worth considering for conservation efforts to maintain and restore and manage the habitat at Lake Waihi and its tributaries, to enable the lake to contribute to that native fish distribution along the Waikato Riverscape. But we also argued that this is probably something that needs to be considered for all of the other lakes as well, to reinstate and restore hydrological connectivity, enable that bidirectional flow in and out of those lakes, so those lakes can have an opportunity to contribute to the fish populations. If you think about this in terms of resilience, for us, it really highlighted that the native fish recruitment in the floodplain area has very low resilience and is very susceptible to a dramatic or catastrophic event in Lake Waihi. If we're losing that lake, it could, if it's degrading, or if the habitat is declining, the habitat quality in that lake is declining, we might lose those really important ecosystems to support native fish populations in the wider riverscape. So with that in mind, we also started to think about how we could improve the resilience of native fish in that floodplain area, which is not very easy and it's very complicated. And I'm putting up this slide here to highlight a couple of things. So this map here shows how the Waikato River has been modified and the hydrology has been modified, an entire sort of floodplain area. The light shade, the light blue shaded area is the floodplain, which is now largely disconnected from the main stem of the river. And despite some of the major vegetation clearances and agricultural activities that took place between sort of the late 1800s and mid 1900s, the unconstrained lateral inundation events were actually still intact until the sort of 60s to 80s, when the construction of the flood protection scheme resulted in several hundred kilometers of stop banks being built, many flood plumps and floodgates that have now largely disconnected the floodplain area by just about 50%. And on top of that, because of the water quality issues in some of those areas, we have now created an environment where invasive fish are largely dominating the ecosystem, as Brendan pointed out earlier, that they can build up biomasses that exceed at least 50% in those ecosystems. So each of these black dots here on this particular map highlights the records of invasive fish in those areas that are all largely floodplain areas. Right, so given those multitudes of pressures in the floodplain areas along the Waikato River, we felt that meaningfully improving the resilience of native fish species will require addressing issues of water quality, hydrological connectivity, and also we thought about when we're accounting for climate change, controlling and reducing invasive fish production will become increasingly difficult. And I think Michelle's talk yesterday spoke volumes on how difficult it is to manage pest fish at the moment, and we expect that pest fish will have probably a bit of an advantage under climate change scenarios as well. So in this conceptual figure, we're looking at the key factors of mortality of native fish at flood pumps, as we've seen earlier with one of the slides from Erina. We're looking at disconnection of floodplain water bodies and environmental stress that can lead to the dominance of alien fish in some of those areas, which is highlighted by that dial or that arrow here, which is sort of what we're estimating to be the current status, where disconnection is high, mortality is high, and environmental stress is high. We're now seeing this proliferation of invasive species. And those positive feedback loops that we're trying to indicate with those curved arrows really sort of highlight that they're really hard to manage, and they're probably sort of creating their own little resilience in terms of management. This is the second cup that Martin showed earlier, where that marble is already sort of in that cup, and we're trying to push it back to the previous state, which might not be feasible. So with the likelihood of expected fish assemblages being prevalent and the potential changes in state of fish assemblages following actions to address a single pressure axis can then result in possibly a mixture of tolerant species, but ultimately I think I'm hoping that's where we're aiming for, would be to increase native fish resilience and give them a fighting chance over some of those alien species. And it will ultimately need a whole range of different management options that need to be implemented, including reducing native fish mortality and controlling invasive fish, floodplain management. So that means either managing or recreating a spawning habitat for those fish species, reconnecting habitats and wetlands to the wider floodplain, and we've had this discussion after lunch actually about some of the legal instruments as well. So far, I believe native fish don't have legal protection status, like, for example, trout, where the habitat is protected, and there might be an option to think about and push for protecting habitat for native species as well. All right, so just one more thing I wanted to mention. I'm sorry if I'm running a bit over time. So because floodplain management is a pressing issue worldwide, there's a lot of these issues are not unique to New Zealand. It's not surprising that this is a very active area of research globally. And we felt there's good potential for river restoration practitioners in New Zealand to draw on lessons from elsewhere. And we've heard some of the arguments today from our international speakers. We also embarked on a literature review here, and we draw upon some 200 case studies from overseas and trying to understand what people have done, where things have worked, where things haven't worked, and how transferable some of that knowledge and those learnings might be to New Zealand situations as well. So we asked these questions to guide our literature review, and as you can see from these organizations and from those people involved here, there was a really large collaborative effort with people who know much more about river restoration than I do, and I'm grateful I was able to be involved in this work. So we postulated a few assumptions to guide our literature review. We wanted to understand how some of these restoration methods might be applicable to what we sort of estimated 27 large river systems in New Zealand. Those are rivers that are what we're calling 7 order or greater. Those are lakes, rivers that have huge watersheds where a lot of tributaries flow into the main stem of that river that ultimately flows out to the sea. We also included a range of 6 order streams, rivers in New Zealand that flow out to sea and also have floodplain areas. Yeah, we wanted to, we postulated that currently in New Zealand, the restoration efforts are largely focused on small rivers and streams. We wanted to understand large scale river restoration methods, and we wanted to understand how aspirational goals will likely will be achieved, and we postulated that they will likely require some pretty large scale restoration efforts. Okay, so the expected effectiveness and achievability coming out of the literature review varied, as you would expect, among restoration methods, summarized in this table using this traffic light scheme where we looked at effectiveness, achievability, and sustainability, and the confidence level that we might have in terms of applying some of these methods in New Zealand. Some restoration methods, such as enhancing wastewater treatment plants, usually address a very narrow range of impacts, but have a comparably high feasibility. Because we know exactly what to do, they're engineered systems, we know how to optimize these systems. And other methods such as wetland creation or restoration addresses multiple impacts, which is great, but they usually have a high potential effectiveness, but can be very hard to realize at the necessary spatial scale to achieve those desired outcomes. Given that the Waikato River faces a range of impacts, this table highlights that generally a suite of methods need to be implemented and are required to achieve multiple objectives. So I think I'm putting up a couple of examples here that came out of the literature review. This is restoration work done at in the Danube River, which flows through my old home as well in Germany, where the WWF is heavily involved and provides a lot of funding for this restoration. This is the delta of the Danube River, where the channel realignment was carried out and agriculture was intensified. So they're calling that extensive agriculture, which can take several shapes and form, but has a very low impact on the surrounding land and the receiving water bodies. This is a connection of marsh back to the main stem of the river, using nature-based solution without hard engineering, where you're trying to reinstate the natural inundation regime in that marsh, which now provides fantastic spawning habitat for fish in that river. The costs and timescales associated with those restoration methods vary substantially, and there's often a very poor understanding of how costs and benefits of restoration varies amongst timescale. So accounting for this sort of variability is very challenging, and it came through in all of the case studies during restoration planning. And there's often not sufficient, the long-term implications are often not sufficiently considered, especially at multi-decadal or sort of timescales of centuries, which are often required to really achieve some of the benefits from these restoration methods. Increasing soil carbon in peatlands, for example, has potential for huge impact, but we can't predict the efficiency and effectiveness of those at a multi-decadal timescale. Evaluating long time scales is important, though, especially if we consider that that implementation of some of these restoration methods might result in almost a lock-in geomorphologically in terms of the way the river flow regime is managed or any other management regime, and we don't want some of these restoration measures to lock us in for decades to come and potentially constraining future restoration work. So I think a lot of these restoration activities from overseas, especially large-scale restoration activities, have implemented some fairly sophisticated spatial planning tools, and we've learned about some of these potential spatial planning tools earlier today from Joe, Martin, and David. And I think there's huge potential for the Waikato River, in terms of these agencies that are involved in the restoration of the Waikato River, to implement or develop those spatial planning tools to give us better understanding of when and where some of these restoration measures might need to be implemented and what the expected outcomes might be. And I'm also curious to see how some of these spatial planning tools can actually integrate Mātauranga Māori going forward. I'm sorry, yeah, I'm speeding up. Sorry, last slide then. Anyway, so just really wanted to sort of draw a few conclusions here. So I think from what we've heard over the last couple of days, the collective efforts in floodplain and river restoration in Waikato are very commendable. From what I've presented here, I can see that almost basically all of the restoration activities will contribute to the overall goal. And I'm obviously focused on some of the native fish dynamics today, but I think ultimately reconnecting wetlands, restoring gullies all contribute to that same goal. Questions remain, especially with regards to how we can systematically scale up restoration efforts to tackle some of the very difficult aspects of floodplain restoration. And the one question I had for you, for all of you, is really, given that our knowledge of the system has changed, some of the aspirations and the demands on the system have changed since the flood protection scheme was built. With all of this knowledge, would we design the flood protection scheme in the same way? And if the answer is no to that, how would we design it, and how can we future-proof it? So with that, I thank you very much.
Just getting some last-minute instructions. Kia ora whānau, we're not going to be taking any questions for this session. We will answer all of those questions online as best we can, and we'll share it with the experts. But yeah, could we have one more round of applause from me? This will be the last time you'll hear my voice, sadly. And I want to talk a bit about Brendan. Brendan's one of those guys when we're doing the river settlement. He was one of my lecturers, but also alongside other people. He's like one of those guys that was alongside the Jacques Boubets of the world and the Charlie Mitchells, who sadly passed away in 2016, I think. You know, the white bait leaders, the eel leaders, the ones that looked after us and taught some of us one here today. So I want to thank you for your kōrero. And when you spoke about the tuna bylaws, one of the cool things we noticed when we did the settlement was that we gathered the commercial eelers and we had them meet in Manu Kōrero just over here. And we had asked them, and Nicholas had said, oh, we're going to drop the maximum size from 4 kgs to 2. And they talked about it. And I happened to walk past, we gave them some time, and one of them says, we have to listen. They're in charge now. I was like, oh, won't tell them we're not. But we took it, and the gains were immediate. 3 months later, we get an email with a picture of 375 kgs of eel they had to put back because it was over 2 kgs in size. And so for us, you can get some immediate impacts in this environmental game. So Thank you for your kōrero. And Julia, I really enjoyed yours. My wife did her Masters in Economics, and I learned economics wasn't about money and all these other things. It was about people's behaviour. And so all the things you spoke about, probably if there was a case study around the social impact of Te Ture Whaimana on the people here, would be really useful. We've seen mind shifts. We've seen things, like you've said, have now become the norm. We're talking about things that would have been hard for us to speak about, tikanga Māori, cultural things, and put it into a place, an environmental court, for example. And now it's becoming an everyday discussion, and people are, well, I suppose we're creating a social norm, as you said. We'll leave the trading property rights for another discussion. But one point there, at a national level, the Land and Water Forum said, the government needs to resolve rights and interests to fresh water. An allocation needs to be determined for iwi because the rest of the country wants certainty. So if it's going to happen, do it. And so, we're fortunate enough to have Naya here now, who's been brave in providing those opportunities for iwi Māori. Dennis, sorry that we had to peg you back a little bit. Is also one of the project steering group members for this whole symposium. So thank you. Riverscapes, I love it when science kind of affirms or reconfirms the things that iwi talk about, connectivity between water bodies. When we're speaking of the clam, our Maniapoto whānau said, we know it's in Karapiro, but there's a connection there in the Waipa River. And you can't see it, but it's something there, and it might be underwater. So I love it, seeing all those connectivity, biodiversity pictures you're putting up, because it demonstrates that we're seeing the same things. Your last question was, will we do the flood protection scheme different? Yes. I don't know what it looks like, and the reason was, in 1999, we had this young man come from Waikato Regional Council. They were developing the Lower Waikato flood protection scheme. And we happened to be at Hokonui Amuri. And as we went down, they got the ash ponds, but also some of the flood protection scheme, that's lifting up. And the chief, Tūmate Mahuta, come over and said, I built my house so I could see my awa. You've put ash ponds there, and now you're putting a flood protection scheme in the way. You're putting these high things. So his goal for us was to remove those eventually, so that they could have that connection back to our taonga. So yeah, we'll do it another way, a different way, but I don't know what that looks like. So I'm going to finish up. I am done. I do want to acknowledge Pātara. Pātara has brought humour in a different way than I. He's brought humour to this whole kōrero. We both had a role to try and link all of these discussions, and we both did it differently. But he brought energy, and I just want to acknowledge him for all the mahi he's done, for the preparation, for keeping us entertained and keeping our energy levels high. And if you need him, please contact him, and you've seen what he's like. So can we have a round of applause for Pātara, please? Now, as everyone else has had taonga presented to them, if I could have tūtahanga, Douglas, come down and prepare to present our taonga to our 3 panel members. If you could jump in the front here, we'll get a nice photo. Lovely if you can get this in the background. Tūtahanga is Kai Whakarite for Policy and Strategy at the Waikato Regional Council, who are also one of the supporters and sponsors of the symposium. Paki paki mai. As they're doing the, yes, stay close. As they're doing the, getting their photo ready, I do want to thank, without saying too many names, everyone that's been involved in providing for today. As I reflect again back from 2006, from that Kaitiaki Forum, where we're trying to figure out what engagement looks like, where we're trying to figure out best practice, and then moving into discussions we've heard yesterday about multi-million-dollar restoration projects. It's impressive. And I'm glad I got to see it in my lifetime, being 32 years old, and it's wonderful. But to also to everyone that's organised this, but our sponsors for Waikato Tainui, for hosting us here and looking after us as usual, with Kai and Manakitanga, to Mercury for your support for our symposium as well. And you always seem to be side by side with our iwi, in particular over the last 20 years, which shows that we don't need a consent to have a relationship. So thank you very much. To the Regional Council, not just here with the symposium, but the technical advice you provide to all of the iwi up and down our river system. So you do all the hard thinking, and we can access your material and use it to make our submissions and our statements to protect our awa as well, but also for the symposium. And to, oh man, I wrote it down, it's right in front of me. Te Tumu Whakaora Taia, the University of Waikato, our major sponsor. Thank you very much. Paki mai whānau. I'll hand you over to Pātara.
Ka pai. Homai te paki for Julian as well. Done an awesome job. He's absolutely right. We both come in there with a role, and I gave him a call, and he says, "Oh, bro, do you want to, you can just do the whole thing." And I was like, nah. And that's how we talk back home in Hutley. Nah, very far out. I said, "You're the one who went to Kura. You're the one who's worked in that space, and I'll just do my thing, and then you can wrap up all the kōrero because you're in touch and you know what all of this stuff is about." And I thought that worked well between us. So, ngā mihi kia koe, Jules, and thanks for your mahi as well, my brother. Ai tēnei wā, e tikana. Ia tātou e noho ana ki roto I tēnei o ngā whare. Ngā whare I hanga, I roto I ngā moimoi o tātou mātua tupuna kamutu, tēnei o ngā whare, me ngā paupau oroto, I tikina e te pāpā o te wahine nei ka whakanui I tēnei wā. Mōna no hoki, te maringa nui, ki te kohi I ngā kōrero, I ngā kōrero I wānangatia, I ngā tūpuna, tai mua mai I aia, ko ia tērā I kohi, me ki ngā maramara, o era o ngā mātauranga, ka tae ai e ia, me tana kāhui, ki te pakanga atu, ki te kāwanatanga mo te kreme, o iwa te kaumārima mo te raupatsu, mo te whenua te take. Nā kona, e tū mai tēnei o ngā whare, mō ngā marae, ono te kaumāwaru, e noho nei koutou I tēnei rangi. Heoi, e te tuahine, e te whanaunga, e te māreikura, e te rangatira, me pewhia kore ai e mihi a koe. Kua ronei, e pakanga ana, mō tātou, mō tō iwi, mō tō marae, mō tō rohe, I roto I ngā tau e whea kenei, te maha I ai ni. I roto I te whare pāre mata, I te marae anō hoki, me te mohi anō hoki, e ua no atu, ngā mahi o te marae ki tā te kāwanatanga. Heoi, aha kua te aha, I upoko pakaru te karawhiu, I roto I au mahi, ka te tuki pai ngā wawata o tō iwi. Kua roa nei koe, e pakanga ana mo te tai au, kua roa nei koe, e pakanga ana, a penei I ngā kaupapa me ki ngā wai e toru, ki au nei, he prene pai tērā, he wai anō, kei reira ngā toko toru nana kia, kei te whare pāre mata I aia nei, he wai anō tērā, he wai, ko hoki mai koe ki roto I tō tātou nā whare. Me te mohi anō hoki, I roto I ngā kō himu, me ki kei te puti o te ngutu I tēnei wā, I roto I te whare o te whakakitenga. He tūranga ka tū mai I roto I ngā tau kei mua I te arawaro, ko ia te rangatira motu hake o tainu, te rapea. He tohu tērā, ka hoki mai koe ki te kāinga, ki te noho pea, ki roto I tērā o ngā tūranga, he tūu whakarae mo te iwi, tērā apea. He whakatakoro noe ho tērā, he wero māk. He oi, me pewhia kore ai, e te tuahine, tēnei mātou katoa, e tuku mihi nei, kia koe, ka mutu, ka tukuna tuāpea kia koe, ki te haere mai, ki te whakawhiwhia koe, ki te tei taonga kamutu, ki te kōrero, ki tēnei hunga, kua tāmai nei I tēnei o ngā rangi. No reira, nau mahara mai. Ai te iwi, homai te paki, the Honourable Nanaia Mahuta.
E haere tonu ana ngā mihi o tēnei whare kia koutou ngā manuwhiri tuarangi. Kia tai pai mai koutou kia hoki pai atu ki te wā kāinga kia tōpū I ngā mātauranga, te puna mātauranga I waihotia kei mui tō koutou nei aroaro, hei kinaki, hei hei taonga mā koutou anō nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Can I acknowledge and thank the Waikato River Authority, friends, and who, you know, there's something altogether disturbing when they say, come and have a listen to something, and next minute, can you have a kōrero? That's what happens when you think you're coming back to just have a nice retiring opportunity at home. But can I thank the River Authority? Can I also thank the sponsors of this 2023 Symposium and the opportunity that you have to continue a different conversation. Blessed are they who plant trees and whose shade we may never experience. And when I think back to 2010 and the river settlement and some of the architecture and the thinking that informed our mother's thoughts about the river settlement and what it might provide, it was all in the realm of possibility and intention because things were hard. Nobody had really negotiated a settlement that had an intergenerational benefit or that talked about the health and well-being, the protection and restoration of the most used river in the country, or even fathomed that you could bring two potentially disparate interests, local government and iwi, together to make decisions with a collective view in mind. But some of the architecture was informed by another model down in the South Island, which you might be familiar with, which is the Fiordlands Guardians Trust. So those of you who have had the great privilege to visit that area will know why. The way in which the Fiordlands is looked after is done with an intergenerational mindset. There were two critical learnings that came out of the visit down there, which I think informed very much a lot of what our mother believed within the context of this settlement. One, in order to ensure that we were going to preserve something of such great treasure to all of us, in very tangible ways. It wasn't what you did today or tomorrow, it was what you were going to keep doing for the next generation and the generation after. So having an intergenerational mindset was absolutely key. But there was something about the way that the Guardians Trust operated that she believed if we could trial it here along the river, it would be magic. And that was to have decision makers, iwi, local government, with central government committing to the architecture of this particular agreement, who really thought beyond themselves and acted in a way where we were working towards a common conversation with a common language. Two different perspectives, yes, but actually one goal. And that whole idea of gifts and gains for the next generation was really important and was embedded within the architecture of the river settlement. So we're some 13 years since that time. We're having the conversation, I think, that she would have imagined would be necessary, because we know that if you can't measure it, it's very difficult to try and say what else needs to be done. But the other thing is, with mātauranga Māori inserted, if you can't understand it, then that's going to be difficult as well. But we have the great fortune right now to be able to acknowledge on the iwi side of the ledger, Ngāti Koroki Kahukura with the gold claim, who are actually raising the conscience of all members of the community about what a detrimental impact that has on our river. We have our whānau down at Matahuru who are planting repo. We have lots of whānau participating in riparian planting, not just of the river, but its tributaries as well. And we also have whānau who I see them on my Facebook, who I call parakore champions, who are just volunteering their time to clean up the river in very tangible ways. And there are more things. There are more things on that side. And then there are many of you in this room, scientists, who are offering and lending your insights, your knowledge, quantifying what the demonstrable gains are and can be over time. And the way that you share that knowledge helps us. But I know this one thing to be true. Because we're having a conversation about the benefit for the river and what's required, we can only but continue to move forward. And with all respect to policymakers, irrespective of the policy of the day, because a vision and strategy to Ture Whaimana holds us to account to each other's objectives for the Waikato River and its catchment. So in many ways, the gains, humble as they may be, for the Waikato River can be transferred and adopted by any other iwi, should they choose to draw from its evidence, or indeed other Indigenous groups, should they choose to draw from our learnings here. And that's as it should be. So, in my mind, I think the conversations that you've had over the last 2 days, I understand, have not only been insightful, they've been rich, they have context, and they have purpose. And for that, as a member of Waikato, we are truly grateful for your contribution and your ongoing commitment to have a different conversation. That's what our kids need. That's what our mokopuna need, is to have this different mindset about how we work together to improve the health and the well-being, the protection and the restoration of our rivers, our waterways, and everything that gives life to us here. So it comes down to leadership. And in my mind, the leadership that's required has to be values informed. If we don't have that, we're going to be driven by process and policies and things like that. You don't need politicians to be leaders, you need community people. You need everyday people to be a part of that value proposition about what it is that is so important to us. It is right here in front of us and we've got to look after it. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. You know, I'm going to be really cautious the next time I accept an invitation to just come and sit down and have a listen outside. But it's truly my pleasure to be here today and just offer some small thoughts. Tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora mai tātou. And thank you to all the kaumāhi of the River Authority and everyone else that have put on this kaupapa for us all to benefit from. Kia ora mai tātou.
Ka pai, tēnā koe. Nāia kamutu. E tautoko ana ngā mihi ka tātou katoa. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation in this awesome hui. And no doubt there'll be plenty more to come in the near future. He whakakape ki ai tēnei o ngā wahanga, tēnei o ngā huihuinga o tātou. I just want to remind us that the biggest takeaway from all of this is that we must work collaboratively in order to achieve our goals. And kuia ko ngā tongi kura I homa I roto I ngā rangi e rua, ki te kotahi te kākaho ka whati, ki te kāpuia e kore e whati. Ko tahi te kōwhao te ngira e kuhuna ai, ko te miro mā, te miro whero, me te miro pango. Ki te moimoi a hau, kua hau anake, ki te moimoi a tātou, ka taia e tātou. So just remember those tongi kura, little lessons from our tūpuna to remind us that we must work together in order to achieve our goals. So one more time, e te whānau. Apes together, strong. Okay? Ka pai. All right, hei whakakapia ki tēnei o ngā wahanga. Tīmata me te karikia, me mutu me te karikia. Nō reira, kei noi tātou. Tō tākanga whakaoranga mā ramatanga e te atua ki tō mātau ki ngi te kā. Hui ariki me ngā tinana e mā wiwi te ana. Tai noa kia mātau katoa I te ahi ahine. Ai, nā te kororia nā te kororia, nā te kororia, rire, rire, hau. Pai mārire, tūturo whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Haumie, hui e, tai ki e, kia ora tātou. Peace out.